All right, welcome to the stream. Whoever is watching right now. Oh, it would probably help. Yeah, I thought that was running. It would probably help if that popped up. Yeah, well, welcome to the stream. And I had a bit of a, well, we got an on-time start. We are proceeding with the next part of the Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm just going to pretend that invisibility there was me just changing colors and blending into the background. It wasn't a bug, it was a feature. So we're going to go ahead and get into case 5. Just to follow up a few things I didn't mention last time, I am going to be a little bit busy over the weekend, so I'm not too sure when part 2 will come out, but I want to try and get things done in 2 parts. We might do them in 3. If we do, I'm going to have to chop it up in an oddish way to kind of maintain the flow, because I believe the first half of this trial, like the investigation, is 4 parts, and the trial is also 4 parts. So that doesn't cleanly separate into 3. I'm going to try to get through the entirety of the investigation today. And if I can get through the entirety of the trial in 1 shot next week, and if not, then we'll do it in 2 shots. That's the plan anyway. We'll see how I feel. I've also made a few little changes. You might notice that the model is going to be a little bit more animated. So I had some changes there. When I first designed this character, I didn't want to make it too crazy animated as it moved around. So I limited it a bit compared to what I saw from other models. But then I quickly came to the realization, well, you know what? I'm not that animated, which makes it look like my character's just standing still more often than it should be. So it moves around a little bit more. I made it a little bit looser. We're doing a few other things as well. I'm actually considering making a soft re-debut on Twitch, because for those of you who might have seen the Jackbox collaboration I did, we did yet another collaboration stream. And it was heavily advised by a lot of them that I would see a lot more success on Twitch. I'm still going to say on YouTube, because I'm much more comfortable on YouTube. I actually don't like Twitch, if I'm being perfectly honest. But we'll see if I can find a bigger audience there as well as here. I think I'll just have a different focus on Twitch. Twitch will be more maybe sandbox games or the collab stuff where I can engage with chat a little bit more. And maybe I'll keep the story content here. If nothing else, the YouTube channel will continue to exist for the sake of the hypnosis recordings, because those are pre-produced and edited and uploaded, not done live. And I'm not sure that's a Twitch-friendly thing to do, because they're all about the live streaming. So, yeah, I will probably be getting on Twitch at the end of the month. I'm going to make a few plans for different things and try to have some new assets ready for that soft relaunch. But in the meantime, case 5. Excited to finish getting through this. Really excited to get on to the second game. Had fun on the 4th trial. We'll see how well my voice holds up this time. I had to rein in the accents a bit last time because I didn't want to be too loud. I don't know what I'm going to do today, because we've got a whole new cast of characters now with a whole new case, and the jury's gone, so what have you. We'll see what we get done. But regardless, let us get into it. For some reason, things just don't want to show up in OBS. There we go. And let's see. We do want to start playing from that save data. I'm going to check my audio real quick just before we get started. I didn't have a chance to review the game I did yesterday. We did Blaster Master 0, and it seemed like it came across kind of hot on the audio. Hopefully it wasn't too loud. But as far as this goes, as I smack my mic around, that's livable. Alright, I'm happy. I've heard enough. I'm satisfied. Start playing from that save game data, you bet your butt.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited breathlessly in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a
Spooky.
smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
That's not actually the name of the chapter either. It's the Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Maybe I shouldn't do any voice acting during the stream. Maybe I should just mute myself. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash, and that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on that day we arrived in the country, and in Saseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. Except every time we win a case, our client always dies anyway, so what's the point? However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was not so quiet, until it was shattered by that fateful telegram. We're in April now. We got an office, Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Check it out. Bang, bang. Well, we have moved in. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Sasada-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Sasada-san? Yes. Is it time to leave for court already? Oh, she looks so serious. Let me see, what case is it today? We don't have cases, Sasato. I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So should we go down to Mr. Holmes' suite? Yes! Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? Who calls it breakfast food? Just call it breakfast. And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in full fighting form. We don't have clients, Suzato-san. You seem distracted. Let me see, what case is it today? Here we go again. I think I need to examine this for a chibi-chief. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Well, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. I'm pretty sure that's the opposite. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's right. Spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. Well, though, no. You're right about what a spade is. You're wrong about that being a shovel. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. It's a stepladder. I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it be. Cute. Alright. Oh, right. We have an option to chat and talk. So what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram? Oh, I didn't notice. There was a telegram? What? I don't know what you're talking about. You are a terrible liar. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. I may not be Apollo, but I can tell when someone's BSing me. Well, I didn't think that I would. Well, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. And it was just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me that it was nothing. If you don't want to tell me, just say you don't want to tell me. Well, I missed that. I promise I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. I suppose Saseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or just be a few days away. Dude pieced out. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him. Do you remember? Complaining of seasickness? Yeah, I would not want to receive a telegram from him. I got enough novels to read. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. He hasn't been killed yet or died from mysterious causes, which is always plus. Is something wrong, Naruto-san? I was just wondering, what might have become of Saseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. Yeah, there we go. You mean is regarding Lord Van... Is that the secret? You got to get the hell out of town? The effect only works in a 5-mile radius? Yeah, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Yeah. Like that time. Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yeah, but at least Saseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means he's not cursed. Yeah. The curse has limits. You gotta read the fine print there. The curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? Why did no one else think of this? Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. He's gonna come back to the city and just drop dead straight off the train. His heart's just going to explode. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. Surely not doing his job. No, I don't think so. Apparently Lord Van Zieks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. He only likes us. Oh? Yes, since Saseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. He's stalking Saseki. He's on the boat right now. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen at court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spat of trials then. Just my luck. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Again, I'm sure we're going to learn more in the second game. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Exactly. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Can we vamoose? Can we go for some breakfast food? We get to listen to Iris's theme song again. No, it's Bad Violin. This is another weird naming. I was talking about this before. This should just be Ryu. Like, why is it Runo? Why was that name necessary to be changed? Susie makes sense. Why not Ryu? Morning, Ryu. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris. Iris, why are my ears bleeding? What is it, Runa? What is it, Ryu? What is that terrible noise? I was about to say it sounds like someone strangling a cat. Ah, yes, you noticed that, did you? Holmesy isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Bloom. Hello. Hello, Mr. Holmes. Good morning. Good morning to die, perhaps. I can't even remember the English. I can't do a depressed English accent. A good morning to die, perhaps. Something happened, Mr. Holmes? You look miserable in the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence. That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. I love how her shoulders droop like that. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. And there's the actual cat. Don't go near Holmes, he'll strangle you. Oh, look, it's Wagahi? Well, that's an interesting name for an English cat. Wagahi. Wagahi. Good morning, boy. Meow. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. Brilliant deduction, but how did it get there? I have a doll-making invention. Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. It would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. Oh, he's missing his mega analyzer. I thought the whole point is you never used it. The fire is burning comfortably in the grate again today. It's a very different feeling to a Japanese hibachi somehow. Let's get a Katatsu in here. Oh, look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be? Yes, it must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting. The woman. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Is that the woman from a story? I'm not really going to examine everything. I don't have the patience for it. I'm just going to examine the things that get me achievements. What does it say today? Oh, the Boscombe Valley Mystery. Oh, how intriguing. It must be the title of Iris's latest work. Oh my, I wonder what fantastical tale awaits us. Sasada-san looks like an angel, but I bet she's dreaming of the most unsavory crime you can imagine. Probably. Alright, so do we just want to... Oh. Can we examine Iris? This is the only way to talk to her, right? Oh, well, that explains the Japanese name. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home, then. Oh, yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy. It would appear his previous owners completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews are as empty as the heart of the muse. Aw, isn't that adorable? If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could. Oh yeah, pets are strictly a bit forbidden among steamships in our experience. Don't ask us how we know, though. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed, especially as pertains to cats. But I don't mind, because Waggy's adorable. Meow. Waggy's indeed adorable. Yeah, he really is, but what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. When did that come from? Oh, you noticed. You are observant, Ryu. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. There's the theme music. What is that? See, I knew she made an invention that made cat doors. I call it the Cat Flap-O-Mat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a tiny furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than make a machine to make the cat flap? You're not thinking like an engineer, are you? Yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make us one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Let me introduce you to a woman called Miyu Aruma. Hee hee hee. Alright, we done with you. Let's just talk with old Strongset here. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Holmes. Whatever happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn choir. Its mellissonant tones would make the flowers bloom. It would. But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Holmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavoured, to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion. Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Holmesy? Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they'll bestow genius on a man, the next they'll unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I had for the take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left, for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for, even though you're really bad at it? Mr. Holmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today. Well done, Mrs. Otto. Your observational skills do you credit. It's kind of obvious. Oh, no, Mr. Holmes, they pale in significance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? This is what I'm saying. You mean Holmesy's great analytoscope? That's at Windybank's now. Sorry, it's at a Windy Bank. No, Windybank, the pawnbrokery. Pawn? What? You mean you pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? You used it like once. I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? Doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbrokery works. Oh, what do we understand exactly? Well, let's find out. What do you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? This one's a little less secure than a bank, though. On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they're able to trade happily throughout the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. Why not just bank the money? Because you don't even have to pay a ton of interest, and then if you need it, you just go and get it. I bought the jacket so that if I needed money, I could sell it. Brilliant! So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windibanks, you see. A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Of course, you have to watch Holmesy with it. Sometimes he'll pawn things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Holmesy? I don't want to talk about it. What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Meow. There he goes. What was that? What guy? Clatter, clatter. What'd you smash? What'd you smash? What'd you do? Oh, it is time to strangle a cat now, isn't it? What was that? Oh, no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin. Have fun playing it now. I think he thinks it's a toy. No, what's he doing to it? Oh, dear. Mr. Holmes's precious violin. Sod it. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than I now. I'm bummed. Mr. Holmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? But anyway, I'll put it back where it is. Shall I, Hosey? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Do I get more converse? Nope, I get to go assess the damage. Get me out of here. Oh, I have to do this. Where's the damage? Show me the damage. There it is. So this is the violin, is it? Cesato, you gonna swoon over this? It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. His text is so slow now. How honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none. Mr. Holmes? What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? What do you mean, Mrs. Otis? Ah, Susie's right. Yes, the tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Oh, is it a different violin? Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Holmes, but that's not a Stradivarius? Nope, that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? Oh, Mr. Holmes, are you all right? You're right. You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what? pray, is this piece of stringed flogsome? Not your faithful performing partner, then. Ah, I see what might have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what happened if we ask her. So we should ask her. Do I have to find her? That's a roundabout way of getting to the dialogue. What do you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this violin, this viola, I mean, was at Windibank's until last week. At the pawnbroker's. Not Mr. Holmes's beloved musical partner. There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. Well, that's a new animation. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea. You're all crazy. And I'm a therapist, so I get to say that. Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious invention, my precious instrument. But it would appear that Mr. Windibank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw, fine state of affairs this is, and why I always say, Mr. Naruto, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault. Do we get a flashback? Come, Mr. Naruto. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry. Crunching your toes with that vacant aspect. Fressing your coffee so obtusely. Fressing? Is that an actual word, or did he mean to say pressing? Because you can press coffee. I'm not sure you can fress it. I'll pretend that's a word. Fressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? This isn't some court case. My violin is missing, man. We must visit Mr. Windibank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Holmes? Precisely, Mr. Sedado, without a moment delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. Well, stop eating them with chopsticks then. My dear fellow, surely you don't still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to fress your eggs even more obtusely. Am I just fressing everything? All right, say no more, let's go. Don't worry, Ryu. I'll be happy to heat it up for you again later. Just let me invent a microwave. Shouldn't take me more than 20 minutes. Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I'm rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker looks like, especially considering I've been told two opposite things in the last 5 minutes. Can we just go there? A new location has been added. A couple of locations have been added. What happens when I go out here? Nothing. Literally nothing. Wait a minute, do I get to see the pawnbrokerage? Where's the pawnbrokery place? Is that... Oh, there it is. So we're literally 2 doors down. Alright, fair enough. And away we go. I'll have that microwave done by the time you get back. Windibank's pawnbrokery. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Bum 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 bum. Oh my! There are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before. Yeah, this place probably is crazy to you. It's next door. How have you not been here? Ah, Susanna-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh, yes. I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we're here. Oh, Mr. Holmes, you're talking in your normal voice again. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. Clearly, Mr. Holmes means business, too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Oh, fat boy. What kind of accent do I give this pudgy fella? Let's see. I feel like, well, I'm not going to say why I'm going to give him a certain voice, but I don't know. We'll give him something for the time being. Kind of talk like this. I'm Mr. Holmes, sir. Welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yeah, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruto. It's time to inform Mr. Wilderbank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. What the fuck are you talking about? Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Winterbank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Holmes. Ours, not yours. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An excusable mistake for some broker. There's only one way to make amends. I shall have to take my own life. Bit extreme? Well, they do take their customer satisfaction seriously around here. Right then, go ahead. I'm waiting. I don't think that will be necessary, do you? If I may say just one thing before I pop off. Yes? It was you, sir, Mr. Holmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. I beg your pardon? As I recall, I entered the store to fetch a violin when I heard, aha, here it is. You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and laughed. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. Maybe this guilt die with me. No, stop my dear fellow. The fault is mine. I get to live? Oh, thank you, sir. Most appreciated. Proof. It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Winterbank. Evidently my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Sherlock Holmes without that. Questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. Ha ha ha! That's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my most challenging customers. I didn't remind you of the particular collection of items you've brought through my door in the past. Oh, peculiar items? In the extreme, madame. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Sherlock Holmes or some such. Oh my! A new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I've yet to read? Where is it? Oh, forgive me. Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. Give me the book, then shoot yourself. Okay, dialogue options. Put the firearm down, please. I must know more. Tell me everything. Wow, Suzato-san's really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank.
For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more.
It houses something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript recounting the adventures of one Sherlock Holmes. Perhaps you've heard of him.
I beg your pardon. A manuscript. You wish to depose a manuscript?
Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here.
And that was that. As such, Mr. Holmes's latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom.
Mr. Holmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely.
Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life.
This is all very strange. I wonder, could I ask you something?
Ah, a gentleman from the East, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull.
Sorry?
Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry is its finest, may I say.
Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Is this just a trick to get me walk out naked? Why do I feel as though I'm suffering some sort of defeat here?
You have no fashion sense at all, sir.
Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London.
Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure storage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you'd never sell items before the 2 months have passed then?
That's right, madam, that is right. Which leaves some considerable responsibility for us on my shoulders. Such a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all.
The very idea, Mr. Winterbank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. Thanks, Worf. Let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Winterbank has installed here in this shop. You sure Iris didn't make it for you? I call it the red-handed recorder. Is that also, Mr. Winterbank? What was that deep sigh about? We're going to learn about things that are important to the trial, I bet. What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Very astute. It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. 30 minutes, damn.
Here, I have an example I can show you.
Oh yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. Pretty sure Iris did that, but okay. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. So you see, when someone entered the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, my dear madame.
Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? Like in another mystery game, which I'm not going to mention because it's spoilers.
One could not say. That would be a cruel twist of fate.
Sir, I must confess, your advice has been giving me some cause for distress of late.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Winterbank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word.
It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one but 2 cameras in my shop after all, which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the films will break me before I'm very much older.
Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery. Now, my dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price.
Oh, heaven help us. This sounds like the sort of voice I would give Grossberg. Now then, Mr. Holmes, allow me to return your precious violin. I could have just walked it 2 doors over, but as you can see, I'm very out of shape.
Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Winterbank.
Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer.
I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt.
Fear not.
Sorry?
I've only loaded a single bullet, so nobody but myself could possibly be harmed.
I feel like you're missing the point there, buddy. That's not how you do that. Good day to you then, Mr. Winterbank.
It's what a pleasure as always, Mr. Holmes.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. Oh, it just means we can look around? I'm not sure there's any thing of value, right? Why did I even do that? It had check marks. Holmes hanging from something? Nope. I don't get to look up. I don't get to look at the cameras, do I? What do we got here? That's a weird thing. Now, what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have 2 little windows for looking through.
Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope.
A stereo... Fascinating.
It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself.
Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Now you've got a big pink ring around your eye.
Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today.
All right then, I'm going to try it. I want to see Susanoo cross-eyed. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once.
Oh, all right then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose.
Is this the... Oh, I was going to say, is it the captain? Oh, it's the maid, the jury member from the first trial. Was it the first trial? Yeah, it was the first trial.
What the...
I don't believe it. Of course, it doesn't show up at all on our 2D screen.
It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Like a photographic print. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads.
Kind of like smartphones recently got.
They're often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them.
Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic as crossing their eyes?
It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day.
Oh. It's okay, Susato. He doesn't actually know. What else we got? We got a horsey, we got a plate, we got this thing. Do I just have to look at things and then trigger something, or do I leave? I'm not actually sure. What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. We've been here 2 months. How did I not walk 2 blocks down to see this place before? Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? It means you can buy them, you idiot. When you pawn, or colloquially, oh, that's what he meant by pop an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh yeah, now you've explained it. I'm noticing little price tags on everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform never. It embodies my student spirit. How much can I get for Kazuma-san's sword, though? That's got to be worth a few guineas, right? Let's see. Oh, no, wait. That's the same thing. I'm actually not sure if I expected that or the... I thought I expected the box. Maybe it's just everything that's on there. Go faster. Yeah, that's just a whole bunch of nothing. What's this thing? Look at this. Look at this lovely big shiny box B. But it's music box. Surely you've heard such things in your own country. Oh my, yes, but I've never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Here we go. This is going to be important for some reason. Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. As I knock my mic around. Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Yeah, let's move on to records. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. I'm just imagining Susato going bonkers over an iPhone or something. I'm going to tweet this. I already talked to you. You're not going to let me back there, obviously. There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Windbank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. Ah, I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommend or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Windbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Why am I telling you this? Probably going to be important for the investigation. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow.
How on earth did you know about that, Mr. Holmes?
Well, I'm a detective, sir. It's my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to attain. I'd be awesome on Jeopardy.
Mr. Holmes, you are a wonder.
And the prime suspect if this pawnbroker is ever burgled. Can I just leave? I'm not sure if there's anything for me to do here. What happens if I go out here? Do I get green text? No. Do I get green text if I go back here? I do not. Can it really be that we've been in Great Britain for 2 months already and still haven't gone 2 doors down? Yes, it's gone by in a flash, hasn't it? And what an English gentleman you've sort of started becoming. You trailed off there, Susato-san. I'm so sorry. When I thought it through, I realized it's not at all true, actually. I simply don't feel that any Britishness has really rubbed off on you. Well, nor you, to be honest. Well, that's obviously because Yeah, I know. Without a doubt, it's your kimono. It most certainly stands out. I do adore the attire of English ladies. It's quite delightful. But somehow, I just don't really feel ready to abandon my Japanese dress just yet. I wonder how Sasato would look in Western clothes. That would be interesting to see. I'm pretty sure you could actually do that in the second game. You can dress them up in different outfits. Her and, I think, Holmes and Ryunosuke? That must be an inside joke reference to that. Okay, that was a big screaming waste of time. Let's go back here. Okay, there's no presenting. There's no conversing. We've already talked to Big Boy there. Do I just need to examine more stuff? Is there something I'm missing? There's another shovel. Oh, hey, no, this is a whole enchilada here. All right. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Winterbank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts, as well he should. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself in all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. The gun? Yeah, the gun. This revolver here. Can I borrow that and then steal your stuff? Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. You're a big fan ever since you found out that viola was your fault. Huh? Oh, I assure you, Mr. Winterbank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size, and then shoot himself in the head while you get off scot-free. Wait, that's not how that works. Oh, you don't mean he'd... Blow his brains out, indeed, in recompense for his blunder. I was joking. Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? He's not joking. Where else are we looking here? What else we got? That didn't even give us the shovel. Are we just done here? Hell's this? Look at this. Whatever could it be used? I have no idea. Yeah, I'm with Ryunosuke here. No, really, what is that? There's a small catch just here, look. We're gonna open it, aren't we? You're touching all the stuff. Oh my, that's amazing. It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. I'm not touching the merchandise. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. Like eye holes, where you might put some eye-like things. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. I mean, you have, but what of it? We know the date already. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April, today's date.
Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Next year's has little cartoons on it. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date.
A perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank. I'm clever. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Okay, maybe not so clever.
Well, when the agreed-upon storage period is passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date, on the other side of the room. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh, yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair and you know it. The article's
barely worth a penny, miss. I can't afford more.
Okay, I've apparently triggered the thing. I did the thing that triggers the thing, and now we're going on to the next thing. Seems like there's an argument brewing over by the counter, even though we were literally just talking to Winterbank. Oh, he said miss. Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher's? Have you even had a proper butcher's at it?
I've seen all I need to see, young girl.
Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh, yes. It's the young lady. for Mr. McGilden's trial 2 months ago. Gotta find his accent again. His name is Gina Lestrade. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer. Earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. Also, she has a great-ass gun. Sup, Gina? Gordon Bennett! Gordon Bennett, you lot! Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. Keep talking while I load this. Eh? What? You remember me then, do you? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us? Not need? Come to pop that black weasel, coat, have you? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day. Unless I'm much mistaken. You'd be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah, Mr. Holmes. So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Winterbank on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get on more business. Go on, I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Mr. Lestrade. I'll happily remove myself from your presence. Literally, I'm just going to vanish into nothing. He's really done it. He's gone.
I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here.
What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc. Hey you, go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in this. We shan't be offended in the slightest. No, really, we're not going anywhere. Susato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. I now have dialogue options, do I? Go on. Somehow I didn't really think you were the sort of person to use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, alright. I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. Not a problem, is it? No, not at all. It's just, well... Yeah, well, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing's probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. How do you know who Chevy Chase is? Honest question. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. I'm not Chevy Chase, though. You're not even going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo. We're not going to use the Naruhodo side unless they're alone. Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. Suppose. Sometimes. I mean, what do you think? Rhetorical question, I assume. You're not gonna deny it either, Miss Lestrade. Well, all this time, all right? I swear, the thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Winterbank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Perhaps we should butt in. I'm gonna assume I have to examine him. Now he'll have a new option. We're gonna interrogate you because this concerns us. Mr. Winterbank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface.
This is a music desk, you see, for use inside a music box.
In a music box?
What?
You don't even know what a music box is? You used to lie too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is. I just heard about one 5 minutes ago. I just never seen one of the discs before.
The small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tone that is played by the music box. It simply inserts the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box, you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
Ah, I see.
And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a pack of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well... Who did you steal this from, Gina? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc was good money, I know it is.
Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you?
Ah! She come here often?
She's been in here before, of course. The little tatterdemillion.
I see. What's a tatterdemillion?
And brought some dubious article or another with her every single time, my lad.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, mate. So is there something dubious about the dish she brought in today? Is her bargaining posture highly dubious?
Well, if only it were that simple.
Sorry, what do you mean?
What she actually brought in was a storage ticket.
Ah, a storage ticket. So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A guy like me has a lot of stuff we need storing. Alright, yeah, that's definitely dubious. We like the word dubious now.
The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight.
Our day of the word yesterday was earned. Today our day of the day, word of the day is dubious.
But as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
What was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Winterbank. Again, this is none of our business, but tell us anyway.
The little scamp is wearing it, madam. It's the overcoat that she redeemed.
Oh. Oh, what's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all this?
Oh, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn, if the girl and I can agree to a price.
I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. Keep telling us all about this stuff that really should be confidential.
It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say.
This heavy black coat which you returned to her care as I had understood it.
That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets.
Oh, you mean...
What?
Don't you notice you're just a lady? The only lady here is Sasato. Ah, I see. So if it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, madame.
And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather dubious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something for you like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me. It doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man. It's me old man's, ain't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade? Yeah, this is definitely all rather dubious. It's super dubious. It's so dubious you could store it in a tube, and we call it a tubious. Out of my way, please. Who's this gonna be? Is this... Yeah, it's Mr. Posh Mofo here. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Now we need to do posh English accent. How the hell are we going to manage that? We took Holmes and we took it down a notch to get to Gina and some of the other English folks. This guy. How do I even deal with this guy? Do I just give this guy my regular talking voice? I'll give him my regular, like when I'm doing a presentation or hypnosis session or something or other. Just my radio voice, maybe? Radio-ish voice? I don't know. Normal voice, but slightly up a notch. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? I'm a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure character. That's what I am. Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. It's a little deep for this skinny prick, but alright. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think you're such a gent, you should have known to wait in line. Oh, she's got you there. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Eh? Who are you? How do you know who I am? I mean, look at you, Gina. The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker.
What? Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pickpocket thief has just redeemed an article from you. No? We'll try to mix a little bit of British in it to give him its own flavor that is appropriate to him, but I'm not going to try too hard.
Yes,
Winnebag just gets no English accent. He's just Jabba the Hutt with a mouthful of cheese. The article in question belongs to me. I demanded for it to be returned at once.
Oh my. That's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs too.
Yeah, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's. Or it was, now it's mine.
Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yeah, I think perhaps we should hear both sides. I was going to say, perhaps we should leave and let them sort it out. No. Let's stick around and keep butting in other people's business. We're going to decide this for you guys, okay? Have a seat. Hey, Gina. Oh, wait. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to actually converse. Do I have new things? I have new things. Miss Lestrade, what the gentleman is saying.
What do you think? It's all lies, isn't it? Obviously. I swear on my life. I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before.
Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? I take it you brought in here just now.
No, I swear it. I swear to God.
It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes. As you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat.
Come along now, Mr. Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the place.
Hold on. Why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one?
I'm sorry, but nobody's going to believe you.
Well, what about evidence? Yeah. I learned about that in court 2 months ago. I'm going to use it. Where's the evidence that I stole something, eh? Go on, let's say it.
Oh, I have evidence, naturally.
You what?
Just a deer in headlights. Poor Gina.
Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we didn't only consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Hey, Mr. Windibank, let us just look through your ledger. Yeah, brilliant.
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh?
I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine.
But why not?
Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question?
Of course. It's... Professor.
Yes, that's right, and all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt.
A watchword? Interesting. What do you have to say to that, Gina? Oi, I know the watchword too. It's Professor. There, see? So about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank.
As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why. Certain customers would like to keep their activities secret.
That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Holmes now, was it?
He's just bent over the thing.
Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all.
Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a safe. A date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes in to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword.
Well, then how the hell is Gina wearing the jacket when she didn't know the watchword? You just handed it over to her and you were about to get to asking for the watchword? How does that work?
And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article?
That's right, sir, yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid.
So Gina got the article before getting asked for the watchword, if at all. Well done, sir. Time to shoot yourself. And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article of question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on 15th February. With a watchword of Professor.
All perfectly correct information, sir.
But how?
Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt. Well, now what? Do we talk to Pretty Boy here? What's up, gorgeous?
Excuse me, but who are you?
One would expect... Oh, wrong voice. One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you.
Oh, sorry, yeah, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here.
Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. You dance like this there, right? I've read some manga. Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices.
You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about?
I love gesticulation. You just wait for my gesticulations. Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first, before inquiring after the name of another.
Oh, of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really.
My name is Susato Mikitoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes. Eggs Benedict. I am Eggs Benedict. Do I not look like an Eggs Benedict? You thought I had more of a John face? No, I am definitely an Eggs Benedict. Did someone order the Eggs Benedict? And later on, you can order the Beef Stroganoff Enchante. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is dubious. Now, to the matter at hand. I'm having a seizure. My overcoat, return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Every move he makes, every breath he takes, every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stop watching him. That was not in the fan translation. Localization team having some fun again, it seems. Remember when they put the theme song to the A-Team in one of the trials? That was great.
So let there be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggs Benedict, sir. I love Eggs Benedict. Who doesn't love Eggs Benedict?
I know, right? With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back.
This is why I hate grown-ups. Just calls I'm a diver, everyone thinks it makes me a liar.
And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker.
But of course, sir, here is the disc for you.
Just this one?
Pardon, sir?
I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. Another disc?
Oh, dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now.
So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you?
Says who, I don't know enough about it.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
But I refuse. Wait a minute. That disc is mine.
Oh, shit. Jumped him.
Well, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my. Yes, there's blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. Man must have scratched his finger on them. I found it first, alright? I mean, it belongs to me old man.
Yeah, keep changing your story, Gina.
So, you're not having it. Oi, you, take it.
Me?
Why am I getting dragged to this? Because you keep butting your frickin' nose in, so now you might as well make it your business. If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. See you keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? It's in my inventory now. It's official. You can't take it unless I give it to you or present it there.
You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please.
No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this?
Can I just leave with it? Let's see. Can I talk to people? Can I talk back to you? They kicked me out of Eggs Benedict, so I'm assuming... Wow, Miss Lestrade is really looking dangers at that mysterious gentleman. I need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attacks him again. Because that was pretty funny. Look at those piercing eyes. You're clearly in no mood to talk. These are the least talkative Eggs Benedict I've ever seen. We have to do something quickly before this mysterious gentleman leaves to fetch the police or something. Why would that be a problem? It's their job. I don't give a shit.
What are you looking at me for? I've been paid, it's been given back. It's none of my business. I'm gonna go eat some Twinkies.
Mr. Winterbank is clearly at a loss here. We have to do something about this before he reaches for that revolver of his. Can I have the revolver? I'll bet I could solve things really easily with that. All right, Holmes, get your ass in here. Mr. Holmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? Yeah. As you enjoy a bar of caramel ice, where did you get that? So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry, you weren't exactly hiding. After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Pretty well lit room here, buddy. Crudely ostracized, as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but I was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. Your place is 2 blocks over, man. You didn't have to stick around to be mopey. Bringing the mood down a lot, gotta say. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, this 7% solution of caramel. My only friend. Holmes, I'm asking you to deduce things. Could you, cheer up or something? Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth did you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation, or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? You're just a big emo, aren't you? Poor Mr. Holmes. I feel simply awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us you got another completely incorrect deduction. You solved the entire case once again. What case? Why, dear madame, sometimes I wonder, will my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? These are the thoughts that keep me up at night. Seems Mr. Holmes had another of his flashes of inspiration. I actually went next door and asked Iris about it. She's not even here, but she knew the answer. But who knows if it'll help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Listen to the deduction? I mean, really the thing to do would be to give it to Eggs Benedict there, because it's not like Gina has any claim whatsoever, but alright, whatever. Oh, here we go. Here comes that music. Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes are you, bud, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gentleman's supposed to beat her out. Straight away. Not an hour later. Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? You're joking, right? Mr. Eggs Benedict, you have, in my eyes, a veritable encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are 2 immovable conclusions I've drawn. I beg your pardon. The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. Now he's 2 eggs. It would seem that once again Mr. Holmes has made a flawless deduction. How did you know I was eggs? Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. I get to ride around on my Roomba again. This is precisely the paint expression I was looking for. Also, how much could I get for this Roomba? It's a little worn out, but it still works. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Sherlock Holmes's logic and reasoning spectacular. Haven't had one of these in a bit. Actually, we do have one last case. Mystery Man's aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you earlier on the street, not even fazed by your spotlight powers. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. You weren't holding that before. I don't think. No, you couldn't have been holding it around before. You've been dancing around like a friggin' banshee so we can see your hands. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. Do I look like I need money? That piece of paper in your hands is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. Exactly. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. Literally just tossed it. Cane, which you unwittingly clutch to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot. I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing... No, I don't think it's that. I think it's the initials. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. This, I don't know why, but this is hilarious. God damn, I am keen on this thing. And yet detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of the stick to be utterly bare. Also very undetailed barely analysis would show the same thing, because it's literally a wooden stick. Therefore, the only one conclusion, the rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. I heard a rip. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reactions betray the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see? Okay, I lied. The spotlights are starting to hurt my eyes. Quit it. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. Really? But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod... is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. I like digging holes. What of it? Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel. What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter, to which your eyes will inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? This guy talks more than most people do during this section. By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you... In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea to what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. This is another time the Crystal Tower is coming up. I have a feeling that's going to come to a head in the second game somehow. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so please keep it under your hat. I probably shouldn't have mentioned any of that, actually. Take back what I said. Forget you heard anything. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. But forget everything I said. Here, take this desk. Here, take this disc and just get the hell out of here. Mr. Holmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressive upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness. Would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has? No, I told you to forget about that. Indeed, though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence, which is why I'm telling all of you. But you just announced it to everybody here. Rather loudly, in fact. Ah. And if it's such a big deal, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? That can mean but one explanation for that. Clearly it is because the man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret. Oh. Or if he does, and maybe Mr. Winterberg will. He already has plenty of shovels here after all.
Oh my life! I assure you I'm not so unscrupulous. Do I look like I enjoy hard labor?
Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. And knowing is half the battle. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them. And once the word is out, it's out. Yeah, maybe I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Holmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Fix this nonsense.
Yeah, let's listen to the great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. It's a little dubious, Mr. Holmes. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. Fun fact, there's nothing actually in this pipe, I just like carrying it. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have fallen into this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. I don't think I know the answers to any of these, so this will be interesting. As revealed by that which you still hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. So by Mr. Holmes's reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault in the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? I actually own a proper cane. I use it as a prop in my stage shows. It's got a cobra snake head on the top of it with little red gem eyes. I like to use it for anyone who maybe used to watch the old Aladdin movie and gets the reference. What brought you to this shop in the first place? And it's just the cursors. Would you move this? This is very rude. No, not on my face. Okay, what are we looking for here? Oh! Okay. Okay, well, I mean, it's not the best drawing, but we can tell who that is, can't we? Can I just present that? Because it's pretty obvious. Yeah. I'm looking for this. I'm not here to redeem an overcoat. I'm looking for a Gina. This looks like the note Deadpool wrote, or the drawing he made of Francis. Have you seen this man? Have you seen this girl? Alright, well, I don't know if I need to examine this or not, but let's just throw it out there and see what happens. What? These notes were scrawled by someone famous, and as such are worth of consider. What? No. Okay, really? Okay, well, let's examine it and see if the game's being picky again. Why do I even give this game the benefit of the doubt? Of course it's going to pull this nonsense. What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? I was just following the natural progression of the deduction. Well, the truth is, you do not have a 10 for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Yes, a lot. Literally took off 20% of my health. Okay, let's... Yes. I mean, it's got to be what's on the back of that paper, but maybe we have to examine it to get more details. I mean, come on. If I have to examine it and then it changes and then it works... game. Don't you know I'm streaming here? I don't have time for this. Alright, let's just look at it. Scribbled writing. Clearly looks like Gina. Oh. Look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. Speaking of JoJo, I just feel like Naruhodo is using the world so everyone freezes and I can turn around here. Because otherwise, Eggs Benedict would just be like, it's none of your business, or just fold it over or something. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. I'm just gonna... Name, Gina Lestrade, height 5'2", green cap, scruffy waistcoat, scruffy everything, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Scruffy, scruffy, and scruffy, and also grubby and scruffy. My God, it's just like her. Goodness, there's even a sketch of her hat and all. Although if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke-related launcher in his face for sure. Why has she not already filled this place with smoke? Probably because it takes her an hour to load the thing. And look, the details of this shop have been written down here too. Windibank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street. Redemption deadline 15th April. Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all the information scrawled on the back of that paper? Okay, so now do I get to present it, game? Now do you approve? Now can I do this without dying? Alright. Yes, what brought you to this pawn shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of this flyer pertain to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. You originally told us. Why am I getting this? You had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. This does hurt my eyes. But that, sir, was a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean Here to Windibank's pawnbrokery, and today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat. This is my worst animation. Why do I keep doing it? So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you've written down to arrive. And you've gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot. I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. Hope I'm saying that right. What's a ferrule? I don't know either. I hope you're saying it right. It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement. My cane doesn't have a metal ferrule. It has a rubber one. Yes, exactly. And Mr. Holmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Holmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. Why is this always on my face? It's like a little mosquito buzzing around. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Alright, so... maybe? I mean, that's clearly not his initials for starters. Okay, let's inspect it. Because the game is such a fussy little bee. Look here, Miss Suzuto. There are some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Sherlock Holmes would be S.H., you mean? Yes, that's right. That's what's right. And if the initials on this cane obviously... oh. A.G. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right? That's not Eggs Benedict. Can I just throw this out? I mean, there's not much to this cane. This kind of seems like the only thing we got.
Take that!
That better be it. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation. Wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggs Benedict? That's an E and a B, just in case you were keeping score. We're led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB, Electronics Boutique. Yet in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed. Would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you had that cane for years. So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. There's something wrong. In your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer to the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? I use it to beat people that ask too many questions. Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see? Let's consider the bare bones of what happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. It's not that fine, let's be honest. And now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, literally named after breakfast, and claimed that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Okay, well, it ripped. We heard it rip, so that's not exactly a mystery. I just want to look around this room. This side of the room is just bare. You can see where the budget went for this thing. You look over here, but you're looking at him looking for the thing and hoping to not notice. Oh, it's a bare friggin' wall. Where's the camera? Oh, the cameras are there. All right. All right. The cameras are there. That's nice. Maybe he just doesn't have a whole lot of stock. Give him the benefit of the doubt. But we heard this rip. This proves it doesn't belong to him because it doesn't freaking fit him. So hopefully we don't have to inspect. Come on, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it. Thank you. The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name, and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. This catalog of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Winterback. Now I have a Roomba. That's why the room is so empty, so we have room for our Roombas. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. So I can do alliteration too. That's my fancy way of saying I was wrong, but I don't admit I'm wrong, so I talk eloquently. And hope nobody notices. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. This should be all new, for we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the plan. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to flinch some tawdry articles of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner, using the watchword? Also, I'm a JoJo character. Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I possibly have known the relevant details? N'est-ce pas? Oh, you're a Frenchie! Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. Oh, should I be giving him a French accent? There we go. I'm not wasting my racist French accent on someone yet. As you're only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Okay, I skipped a bit here. Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. And your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yeah, no more talking of tunneling in the sewers. Which is a pity, because that all sounded rather cool. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Winterbank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Winterbank would allow you to redeem it whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Great question. That I genuinely... Council notice, notelet. What's the notelet say? Look at this, Miss Susanoo. It appears to be a memo that Mr. Winterbank had scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor! Yeah, no kidding. Also speechless. Mr. Winterbank must make a note of the watchword his customers give him right before their eyes. This watchword is 2 months old, and an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? Hang on, guys, I gotta check something here real quick. Nothing important. I don't know. Yeah, but how would you know? This can't be the answer. I gotta look around some more. It's the gun. Not here. I mean, there's several words written on there. Why would he say professor? Is there something else about? Nothing over here. Is that really it? This is as far as I can rotate. I can't do the up-down thing. I mean, let's try it. I don't see anything else. Seriously? Alright. The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet he has to hand. Really? Why not just listen? He didn't do that when Eggs Benedict said it. He just said, yep, that's it, take your stuff. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in the shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. Even though we didn't see you here, when the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger.
Hey, did what? I can't believe someone broke my impenetrable security.
That, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade.
Master plan?
Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such great lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker?
Are you quite serious? I'm not even sure why I'm still entertaining this. I should have left like 10 minutes ago.
For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. My caramel. You see, this picture postcard tells us everything we need to know. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which, according to Mr. Windibank, isn't even worth a penny. And yet this man went such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we really? I better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far, which is really literally just one thing, right? Yeah. Oh, is there something on the other side of this? Oh, hello. What does that say? Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck on the reverse side of the disc. Look. And a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be. But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I've lived. But why? Why is his name on this? Updated. Guess what we're presenting now that it's been updated.
Take that!
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know.
What's that? On the back?
It reads, for McGilded. Mr. Magnus McGilded, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London that was loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, aren't you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you squeezed yourself into. I don't know about that. That thing looks like it'd be draped across on the ground there with him wearing it. He was a tiny fella. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggs Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to watch us ride around our Roombas. Was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGillid. I have a Roomba too. Ta-da! Finger guns. Yeah. Well, Mr. Magnus McGillid. Not a name I'd expect to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Holmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Cesaro. Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today will be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited.
Well, today is April 15th, so 2 months ago today. Thanks, Lunar972. I will certainly try to do my best. Thanks for stopping by.
Two months ago today would have been February 15th, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see.
What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th of February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Oh, snap, it's Case 3 coming back. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. Not wanting to say a word. Never mind, I'm going to say a word. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However... Oh, snap. I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. Windibank, time for you to shoot someone other than yourself, please. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? I'm an anime protagonist, so no friggin' way. There are some things a man must protect at all costs, including a music disc that costs less than a penny. This may well be one of those things. Maybe later I can protect some used tissues. Then again, it may not.
There we go. I found it. I loaded it with more bullets than just one this time. This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life.
I'm fine with this. Mr. Windibank, no! I have a feeling that's either a Bobby or actually Gregson. What? That's enough. Ah, it is Gregson, alright. Inspector Gregson. Inspector. That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised in one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh?
Oh, praise be. You're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment.
It would seem you have the upper hand. For now. Right, you lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy.
Petty? Mr. Windibank very nearly met with his end.
Yeah, by his own gun as far as I can tell.
Over there.
And the whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of this case I'm supposed to be working on. What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson.
I might have said a little too much there. No matter. It has nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station.
But of course, Inspector.
Ah! He's getting away on his Roomba! Get after him, lads! How the hell does that thing move so fast in the snow? Whistle the beat, Officer 2. Sir!
We can't afford Roombas. We lost him. There's been a spat of thieves, thefts at pawn shops around here recently. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble.
Oh, Inspector. I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. I pressed that button like an hour ago. Where the hell were you people coming from?
Now then, Mr. Permanently in Mourning. Oh, yes. Everyone's got a comment on my black jacket. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded down to the whatever because I skipped it. Hang on a second. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yeah, of course.
No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. Poor Gina never gets a break. So we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson and were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. To be continued. To be continued. Minus a bit of talking at the beginning for the intro. That was about an hour, so, alright. We'll keep going with the plan. And see if we can get through the whole investigation portion in one shot. If we're lucky, we'll edit about 5 hours, which is about how long the last stream was, I believe. Oh, at least you got the code.
See, this is why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you packet of lies and take stuff away from you.
Oh, really, Mr. Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm?
What? Oh my, surely you were given that.
Yeah, I did let me keep it. After all, the daggers at him for long enough.
He went through his pockets and said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scamper.
Always pays off, giving people a look like you hate them. You can't help but feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day.
What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mind. The music box disc?
But Mr. Winterbag said it was practically worthless.
I think I'm going to go and have another bash. Give him a long hard stare.
I think not, Mr. Lestrade. We shan't enter Winterbanks again today.
Why not? That's not fair.
It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Winterbank.
But the disc, mine. I had the ticket for this coat, and it was in the coat's pocket. And there should be something and all, and there should be something else and all. That's what that rotten coat said, ain't it?
Yeah, he did mention something about another article, didn't he?
Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is.
Now she's really pushed her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for today. You've gotten enough loot. Let someone else have some.
Yeah, it's all your fault, Holmes.
So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening?
Eh?
Arius would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital.
No, ta.
Oh.
Why would I come round to your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something?
And she's gone. Oh, there's no snow on the ground. Oh, this must be... Okay, so it was winter earlier. I didn't notice the snow had all melted. Ruined my Roomba joke.
Oh dear, she's gone.
Huh, I haven't reviled them quite unnecessarily, am I not? I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later, too. Sorry? Well, I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you.
Oh, how exciting. What is it?
You shall have to wait and see, Miss Susano. Until then, later. Do we just go? Can't go here. Guess we go here. Do we get green text? We do.
Ah, Susie. And Rio. Come in, come in.
Good afternoon, Iris.
Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already.
Busy as always.
I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening.
Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you?
Oh, yes. After all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. Hey, you'll never guess.
Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Is it Gina?
Oh, dear. It is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it?
Kind of describes this playthrough. I'm going to screenshot that.
It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise. Yes, that's wonderful news.
Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea.
I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Maybe I can pickpocket my own gun back.
Oh yeah, that does sound like fun. Please don't touch our stuff.
I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo?
By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Holmes up to? Is he depressed again? No, he's happy again.
Holmesy? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back.
Hello, Mr. Holmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. Okay, Drax. I don't know how to respond to that.
I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything.
Yeah, I see.
Really? He behaves just like a child sometimes, Holmesy does. Mr. Holmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they?
Yeah, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. Or at least one of them.
What's the matter, Ryu? You've had such a funny look on your face.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Holmes, you're wondering? Am I right?
How did you know? Yeah, you're totally right.
Oh, Ryu, I could read you like a book.
This girl's dangerous.
Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. Here's a bunch of dialogue options for you to pick. Or two, just two. Maybe you'll get more.
So by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right?
Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I can bump into her on the street, she runs away. Now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase her down in the back alleys. Our friendship is like tag.
Interesting idea of friendship.
And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. Oh. There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow.
I suppose this means you've let Mr. Strahd keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you?
Yes, that's right. I've gotten bored of it anyway. Holmesy always reacts the same way whenever I shoot him with it now.
Poor Holmesy. You just made that thing to shoot Holmes with smoke grenades?
Hey Holmes, catch!
What the devil? Ah!
Oh, I can't wait for Jenny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited.
I just hope she does actually come.
I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Holmesy now, haven't you?
Well, it's crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? Oh, we don't like to talk about that.
My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mommy passed away when I was born. And around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Holmesy was working on.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Holmesy?
Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together.
She didn't mention that before. Has Holmes been to Japan? Because he only knows like 4 Japanese words.
He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there.
Really? He recorded them all?
So, you mean it's true? Mr. Holmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh, yes. I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? There's always a partner in these games, usually an underage girl, like me.
So Mr. Holmes' partner was your father?
Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look even more. So I opened it up.
And you found your father's memoirs?
Yes. So I asked Holmesy, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father.
So Iris's father was Mr. Holmes' partner. Schwip.
I've practically lived with Holmes all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock. When Holmesy told me he wasn't really my daddy,
it must have done. It must have done. That sounds more English than Japanese. It's starting to rub off on you, Ryunosuke.
I wonder why Mr. Holmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Holmesy said it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me.
Oh?
Well, having lived with Holmesy all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes.
Right.
Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Holmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no. Holmesy's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he's solved a case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see.
Which he told us last case.
The other day it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone.
That seems like not the most productive way to handle that, but alright.
You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right. Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H.
Watson.
I learned from his diaries he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study so that I could earn a doctorate as well.
Iris's father, who went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John Watson. I might have watched him die. No promises. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. The victim's name was Dr. John Watson. Again, we're going to mod the next game to use the proper names, because Herlock Sholmes, that's not a thing. We ain't tolerating that. The man who in the most bizarre circumstances lost his life just before we left Japan. Miss Susato. Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Let's not say nothing. Oh, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Oh, he's okay again. He's happy. Why ever did you... son of a bitch. Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Yeah. Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? We danced on Roombas. How do you not remember? Do tell me, Mr. Holmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever you talking about, dear madam? See, Iris wasn't joking when he said he forgot things super easy. Dude's got the memory span of a goldfish. Doesn't remember anything that happens 10 minutes ago. Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows.
Oh, another music box disc.
No, not another disc, Miss Susato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence, Mr. McGilden's disc.
Oh, my.
Then what's it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
That's not something to be proud of. Oh, that would be wonderful, exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. We could run around with Gina and steal everything. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught.
Right. Don't involve me in this.
Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting. She could write all our menacing crime notifications. We'll leave letters at the scene and then come in, and we'll call ourselves the Phantom Thieves. Yes, I'd be delighted.
I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. This is like the second or third conversation I've just had to pretend didn't happen. Whoops, not what I wanted. Back out. That's what I wanted. What's up, buddy? I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? Also, how is it a different color? Did you wash it? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this.
What? The caramel? A bar of... Did you make a mold?
Please tell me you didn't make a mold.
That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Holmes. I'm not sure if you knew that.
Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilden's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yeah, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yeah, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I'll press the disc into a pair of bars like this.
That is one hell. Okay, I guess I don't actually know how big this music disc is, but yeah. Okay, we're just pretending it's tiny. I had it in my image as it's like a record-sized disc, but maybe it's just a small thing.
That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution.
How extraordinary.
Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press, and its unique form is duplicated. I get into anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. I am always invited, and I bring snacks. Yeah, this sounds kind of illegal. There's a few sites that teach you how to do that. Anyone ever watch Lockpicking Lawyer? From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. But it ain't music, is it?
Do tell us then, Mr. Holmes. What music does the disc play?
It's Toxic by Britney Spears. Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea. None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not.
Goodness, you don't know, Ryu?
I mean, I get how this works, but they were talking before about how there are different types of music boxes, and it's like, I don't really know that it matters. You're still going to hit the things in sequence, right?
Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it.
But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs, such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe.
Why exactly?
Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result, except they've all been replaced by gramophones now, so they basically got blockbustered.
It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present.
I guess that's a thing, right? I mean, if you hear if you're back in the day, you hear Mozart, it's like, hey, that was pretty good, and then you never hear it again. Either someone performs it for you, or it just ain't happening. Boy, is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another, and we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Oh, I see. So that's why. Let's just make all the discs the same size. Brilliant. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. You see? Sounds like shit. But as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made.
Every single one? That's Holmesy for you, always taking things too far.
What, my dear girl? An unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe would amount to a huge volume of music books, won't they? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? I gotta store him somewhere. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yeah, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mofo literally burned to death. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows still now. I didn't do it, but it was very satisfying to watch. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash, not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence at the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. Well, it is. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. Yeah, I was trying to remember this guy's name because I wondered if the initials matched the cane, but I guess not. I don't know whose initials are on that cane, or if it even matters. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilder was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not.
Oh my god, funniest shit I've ever seen.
It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, that was literally the end of that dialogue. All right.
Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think.
I thought you were.
Ginny'll be here before long.
Thank you, Iris.
Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do.
I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Holmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. But they're so secure. Yes, you may be right.
Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Winterbank said before.
Yeah, not letting this go.
There's a story I haven't read yet. Where the hell is it? Give it to me. He said he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he?
Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. You can't get out of this. Mr. Holmes's latest tale of otherworldly mysteries lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe.
So you heard about that, did you?
I expected you were as incensed as I was.
Oh, yes. The idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Winterbank's storeroom, gathering dust.
My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank vault.
And what about your Stradivarius, Holmesy? Was that safe and secure?
Well, there may be the occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now.
Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Holmesy? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it.
What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susanna, what did you do?
Susie, what did you just say? You said The Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you have known the full title? Well, that's
because Miss Susanna is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Holmes, of course.
Maria, The Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published.
What?
I was reading it while you were riding around on Roombas. I don't have a Roomba, so I had nothing better to do. When I showed Holmesy the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet.
I don't understand.
That's why he said that he'd keep it safe until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see.
So that's why the manuscript is at Winterbank's.
And yet, how could Susie here know its full title? Well, Holmesy, what's going on? Oh, I've stepped in it.
Ah. What is it, Mr. Holmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Deflection time.
Miss Lestrade? I don't actually want to be here. I just happen to be here. That was a bad idea. I knew it wasn't welcome. I'm going.
See ya. No, wait, Miss Lestrade. Cut her off. We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Just a bunch of Debbie Downers now.
Oh, yes. Just wait there, Guinea. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Hooray, I don't have to deal with this uncomfortable topic anymore. Please make yourself at home.
Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come on in. What say you to some meddlesome
I won't take no for an answer.
Meddlesome it is, then.
Oh, God, I really don't want to be here. I changed my mind. Even if it is free food. Never mind, you have a cat. I'll stay. I love cats.
That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Holmes's violin performance was in no way meddlesome, although maybe it was a little dubious. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. I've heard of workshops like that. You can actually go to pickpocketing workshops. Interesting skill set, but who am I to just, badmouth? I'm a hypnotist. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. I have a feeling this is a shorter part of this particular chapter. So we're kind of on time, which makes me happy. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine.
Want to talk about that telegram again? Man, there's a lot of subjects that you really seem uncomfortable about right now. You're kind of dubious yourself. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strings of Mr. Holmes's violin even now.
Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court.
Life skills, Suzuto, life skills.
Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder?
What's the matter, Suzuto-san?
It's about the telegram I received.
Here we go. Ah, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose.
I've been summoned.
What? Summoned? What do you mean?
The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me.
The Lord Chief Justice? When?
Tomorrow morning.
What? Then we have to start preparing at once.
Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone.
Alone? What on earth for?
I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow.
What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Bang, bang. Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Who else could it be?
Good evening, friends.
Oh, Iris, hello again.
What? And Gina, too. Yes, Gina's gonna stay with us tonight. She's gonna sleep in here. She's gonna sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny?
Well, yeah.
How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what? In particular? All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful?
Ah, you mean all the pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we?
I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it.
You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. Work on that microwave invention first. So what brings you to our humble quarters at this late hour?
Well, you see, I came to return this.
Wait, what? That's mine!
Oh my, however did you...
Jenny!
I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it.
Oh, you stole it. Oh yeah, I've forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius.
Got your underwear too. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though.
Ah, thank you.
All right then, good night.
Yeah, good night.
So this is your office, is it?
Haven't you been up here? This is your attic.
What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy my chances with a lawyer who lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. Ha ha ha.
Seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about.
I suppose
She probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yeah, you're busted. She probably does. You got some explaining to do, Susie. Spit it out. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. To do what? To be summoned and get on a boat and get the F out of here. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris, not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but it's a story you made up, isn't it, Iris? This mantle script or whatever you call it. It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Holmesy's assistant once, his partner. Eh? She just looks shocked at everything. They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I studied them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then, eh? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him. Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Maybe we should ask her. Iris, this hound of the Baskerville story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts. That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh, how? I don't really know. But it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it, and I showed the manuscript to Holmesy, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. Again, I wonder if this will come into play next game. It pains me to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please, do not ask me. Just tell me what to change. It's a frickin' story. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right, in the next game. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it? Yes. Holmesy said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. That's mine. That's what it is. Keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Holmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he says he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You'd all are too trusting for your own good, but it can't pull the wool over my eyes. Holmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Oh, don't say that. Holmesy's lying to me. But I can tell when people are lying, so why am I listening to you? I get to poke other people? Let's see what you got to say. Zoop. I realize that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the moment we were born, not even our moms.
relatable. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of every time I lift some pompous idiot's pass. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I say it. Oh, Gina. How do you think about it? Sometimes, what would it be like to have parents? I mean, I always thought to make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, it sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy. So much. Oh, Iris.
Let's talk about this. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Holmes is lying to Iris?
Ah, he reckons he popped a mental script or whatever, right? But come on, it's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story were really an old Winterbank story, there's no way someone went halfway around the world. In other words, you could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, you sold it. Without telling you. But Holmesy would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha. Grubs do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced lawyers, a lot of them. You just ain't realised it yet.
Boy, now Suzuto feels real bad because she's the source of this. It's like, you're not saying nothing, and now Gina's just like, he's just lying then. I tell you, mental scripts ain't at Winterbanks. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Holmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I've wondered if Holmesy's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should get back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Holmesy, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. Iris sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. Dr. John Watson, Iris's father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yumi University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. I'm still looking forward to what that mystery's all about, but that's going to be in the second game. Here it comes. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. Or is it just Naruhodo-san? That voice. Oh, it's Holmes. All right. It is. Shit. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. Sorry about my voice there for a minute. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina. She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received a distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susanoo. No, I don't think the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? You can't see the pawn shop from here. There's an whole building in the way. How? Explain the angle to this. Explain to me this angle. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windibank's. Oh, no. It's simple. If our story were really an old Windibank storeroom, there'd be no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, they sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone? Seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? Oh, no, not really. Well, anyway, must investigate. At once. Nope, that was another voice. Miss Susan. I'm kind of whispering. It's because it's nighttime, not because I forgot the voice. Also, I have a feeling shit's about to go down. The door to Windibank's is open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something's afoot inside. I love seeing a foot. There's no one here. Oh, yes. There is. Oh, damn. Ah! Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes! What the? Has Holmes been shot? Leave me, Naruto. But after them, go. Right. Blast. Blast. I've lost them. Is this like a Bobby? Hello, Wolfie here. The almost just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. What do you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Holmes. He's been shot. Shot? With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windibank's. Oh, we got a whole cinema thing going on here.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruto.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
Dun dun dun. And that's why I picked a terrible voice for him, because I figured he wasn't going to last long. Oh, shoot.
It's Gina!
To be continued? There we go. That one was less than an hour. I'll take that. Yes, we will. And we will keep going, and we will see if we can get through this entire investigation in one day. Let's do it. Yep. Bang! Oh, we're going in with a bang. Ah! I'll be alright, Mr. Naruto. After them, go. Behind that door in the storeroom. Hurry. Dun dun dun. It's Gina. Gina's got a gun. Gina's got a gun. From that moment, Windibank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. Hey, Iris. How you doing? She just stands in the background and then floats forward. A telegram came, but all it said was, "Wait at home." Oh, yeah, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Holmesy and Ginny were gone. Everybody was gone. What happened, Ryu? Poor Iris. She's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something's awful happened, hasn't it? Yeah, I'm afraid so. Alright, so before we do anything... I appreciate the upset, Iris, but, my achievements take precedent. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Ryu, that's not a spade, it's a shovel. Ah, you're a shoveler, are you? I had a feeling you'd pick me up on that. Oh, no. A pick is something else entirely. Now I've dug myself into an even deeper hole. Man, we're punny today, aren't we? I think that's all I have to do here. Let's just jump in. I'm sorry I have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. What? My manuscript's okay though, right? He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You had a feeling he'd been shot? Well, I saw all those police carriages pulling up outside his shop, so I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windibank's in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out into the street, and I chased after them, but they got away. So, it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windibank, I suppose? I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Ginny? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. But we'll get to it later. So where's Holmesy then? Is Steely there investigating the scene? Bad news. You really ought to have some breakfast. Maybe some Eggs Benedict. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Holmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Windibank's, a gun was fired and he took a bullet. Holmesy was shot? No. Iris, it's all right. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinner's. They're tending to him there. St. Sinner's, really? I must see him at once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're prepping to operate, you see. To operate? Aren't you a doctor? You should do it. Oh, poor Holmesy. We'll pursue that right away. Screw Ginny. It was the 2 thugs who were in Mr. Windibank's shop. They shot Mr. Holmes when we were disturbing them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out into the street. But, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away.
I think that's a very good thing.
Sorry?
Well, if you'd have seen which way they went and chased after him, you might have been shot as well, Ryu.
That's a good point.
On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that.
Oh, Iris. She's just gonna sit there and be sobby.
Where's Susie, Ryu?
She's still at the police station.
Oh, why?
I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while.
Why aren't you there then?
Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Miss Suzuto stayed behind at the scene attending Mr. Holmes, so they didn't get started until later.
Ah, I see.
Besides, one of us has to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early.
You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Holmesy dead, didn't they?
He's not dead. I mean, Mr. Holmes isn't dead, Iris.
Ah, this is all so horrible.
The thing is, Mr. Winnebank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside because we love locked door mysteries in these friggin' games.
I see.
But he wasn't alone in there. Ginny was found next to him on the floor as well.
Oh no!
According to the detectives who were investigated afterwards.
Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room.
Yeah, exactly. How did you know?
It's the only explanation.
Yeah, the only explanation indeed. Just like it's always the only explanation, even though it's totally wrong.
What do you mean by that, Ryu? Well,
what can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Holmes and Gina are getting on.
I want to go too. Take me with you, Ryu. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting.
I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. Like I said, dragging underage girls around to crime scenes is normal for this franchise, dude. You'll be fine. But I don't want to leave her all alone here either. All right then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. I mean, she is 10 times smarter than you do, though. Let's just be honest.
Oh, yes, I'd love to.
Gina's at the prison. Mr. Holmes is probably in his hospital bed.
And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We just need to conduct a thorough investigation.
I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Well, no, wait, bad. A new location has been added. Prison! And the hospital. Saint Sinners. At least we're not going to Dr. Hottie's anymore. Okay. First things first. Sorry, little girl, I want my achievement. Take a look at your blackboard again. This is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? Let's see, what does it say today? Ah, the Boscombe Valley Mystery.
We visited Boscombe Valley recently for a picnic, you see, but I forgot to bring the tea. So when Holmesy became thirsty, he decided to drink from Boscombe Pool. He gave himself an awful tummy ache.
Oh dear.
Holmesy sat there miserable as can be in that field of flowers after that, just like when you saw him yesterday.
That really is an unsavory tale. That's all you got for me? Alright. So, I'm going to take the clue the game gave me. Let's go here first. I wonder where the break for the fourth case is going to be. I guess maybe after we visit the 3 locations here.
Holmesy! Oh!
He's not here. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Maybe he's hanging from the roof again.
Oh, I know what's probably happened. Holmesy was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that, baby or not. There's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Holmes suffered. Way to depress her, dude. Oh. Gregson?
Hello, what have we here?
Or Sister Bobby?
This water's off limits. New visiting. So what are you doing in here, eh?
Well, I'll have you know, we're Holmesy's next of kin.
Oh, well, make it important then, ma'am. So, a little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solver's got a mysterious family, eh?
And if that's how you see us, sure. I mean, he's at least right about you, buddy. You are clearly not related.
Where is he, Constable? Where's Holmesy? I believe he's currently in the operating theatre, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation.
Extensive?
It's been several hours since he went in.
Oh dear. Is he going to be all right?
Well, doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is.
Oh?
I've heard a report that the gentleman claims it may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, I think it'll be fair to assume that he won't be out for several hours yet. We do surgery like the old days, mostly leeches.
I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back again later. Oh, poor Holmesy. Alright, kind of expected that. Let's jump over to the prison. Get Gina's story. Assuming she's here. Which maybe she's not. And maybe she is. Still got her coat. Hello, Gina. You gonna load the gun? Why did they let you keep that? Seriously, who is responsible for the prisoners here? Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Holmesy and I made. I wish you wouldn't point it at me all the time, though. What are you doing here for? Ginny, I have a feeling it's because of us that you ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Well, you can't. Sorry? Yard, get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone, I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I punch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw my chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny, I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cool came by and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like, so it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? You know I can tell when people are lying. I was about to say, is there going to be a conversation option coming up one of these years? I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? He wanted me to sign some papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's all going to be rigged anyway, whole trial. They're pinning it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me growing up in the back slums my whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, you'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sold out and nearly snaffled in the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're going to grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could forget it. Ginny, don't you trust Ryu? Nah, I don't. Look, I asked you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbrokers. There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the story. But the old bloke walked in on me and you know the rest. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work. And half the time, you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Now, give it a rest. Won't be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We don't believe you, whatever it is. Believe me, don't be daft. You can't believe nothing, especially lies all the time. You know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? What do you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah. I want me to give you this. Something to remember me by. What the hell is this? Why is this something to remember you by? A photographic print of a really adorable cat. What is this supposed to mean? I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point me having it. I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Ginny. What a random thing. Alright, gonna be like that, eh? Alright, I'll just F off then. Wait a minute. I can present this. I feel like is she gonna care? I feel like I'm gonna have to present this at some point, either in this game or the next game. Is something gonna happen if I do it now? Let's just try it. Is she gonna care? Nope. That's strange. Where's my armband gone? Oh, she stole it. What's the problem? Something wrong? Don't suppose. You're looking for this. Yeah, but how? And when? And how again? I got a talent for it, haven't I? Diving. That's bordering on black magic. And it makes what I was about to say about my armband seem a little dull. See? What you want to tell me about it then, eh? Alright, that's cute. Alright, that's clearly not going to do anything progressive, so let us head to the scene of the crime. Alright, Palmerky time. Oh, people are walking around. It's so animated and cool. Look at this mess. This is where it happened then. Last night. That's right. The two thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. We're standing right here, you know. Oi, I heard that. Exactly. Oh, Gregson. Oh, Inspector. Good morning. I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. Got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Shame on you letting two rogues get away, mind. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Holmesy's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Ah! Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Holmesy and see that he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors at the capital
attending to him as we speak.
And I don't think it's Ryu's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, madam. As you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that.
Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change.
Hey, boy, where are me manners? Are you thirsty, me ladyship?
Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice?
Good lord. This guy is everybody's creepy uncle.
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gracie? I have some of my special herbal tea with me, if you'd like some.
Glug, 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 glug. Lovely. Thank you very much. This really hit the spot, your ladyship. Kind of fixed my voice, it did. I don't even recognize him like this. You're going to be cooperative now because of that. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing to it, really. Or a simple case, this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact.
Gina, you're gonna charge her?
That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow.
Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me.
Your ladyship, as much as I would wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid.
Yes? I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, haven't you?
What the?
And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, aren't you?
How could you... How could you possibly know that?
I had a feeling, that's all.
Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Holmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison. She should be. That's assuming she hasn't left the key from the jailer, of course. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Holmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential.
Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all.
Oh.
The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff, and he's lost a fair bit of blood.
Oh, no.
He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Holmes pipe down. Mr. Holmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop that bleeding.
But he will be all right, won't he? They'll be able to make it better, right?
Oh, of course, your ladyship. He'll be as right as rain before you know it.
Really? How do you know?
How do I know? Because, of course. Yes, because Mr. Holmes is such a great detective, that's why. We better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again.
Oh, dear. Please don't die, Holmesy.
Presumably the doctors aren't all thumbs like this guy. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theatre. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine? Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. I like her, not you. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper. We don't go in for favoritism.
But he's right. You do treat us differently.
It's because of those adventures of Sherlock Holmes stories, that's why. Oh, I crop up a bit, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson.
Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Holmesy's.
What did you write about the inspector, Iris?
I don't remember, really.
It's one of those Holmes's lines. Gregson is the smallest of the Scotland Yarders. That's how he put it.
Oh, did I write that?
And you know what that one line did for me? Hey! The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the Yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Holmes stories. He has set up a fan club for me.
Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me. It's about that time you became a simp.
Can you blame me? All it takes is one bad word from you, and Holmesy could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say, he's getting quite overrated these days. Then what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. Can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it. So I simp and I simp hard.
That would never happen, Gregsy.
Every month when the new Rust magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages.
Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves.
Glug, 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 glug. Have some more, have some more. Ah, lovely. I tar very much. That's really hit the spot. Your ladyship. Teetotal. Tea-simp. Ah, yeah. Well, something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, what is it? It's about Suzuto, isn't it? I got an important message from you. Clean forgot about it until now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. Is it a separate topic that I have to click on? It sure is. You're not just going to say it. Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector? I clicked on your topic and everything. Yeah. It's about that young lady who's normally by your side. Your assistant.
Dear Susie, she all right?
She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I think. Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Oh, yeah, of course. I forgot about that. I didn't. One of the whipstalks took her there in a yard carriage after we finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go and meet her there. Hey, you summoned her, you pay for it. She's got a nerve, using Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messenger service. I see. Well, thanks for passing that on, Inspector.
Why did Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice?
She didn't tell me. But I better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Is that it then? I ain't gonna investigate? A new location has been added, by which we mean an old location, because you've been there before. Still making good time, I think. Yes! Is Iris still with me? No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Like living in a pocket watch.
Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal.
How so?
I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you?
Maybe it thinks the same about you. I mean, you do have pink hair. So everything is clear with regard to Moro's arrangements, I trust? I'm assuming that's Strongheart.
Yes, thank you very much.
There they are. Suzuto-san and Lord Strongheart.
I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious.
Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. What did you say? What did he just say? What did I just say? I just said what you just said. That's what he said. You return to your homeland.
Suzuto-san! I can release doves. Oh, Mr. Naruto. What was all that about?
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague.
What's this all about? Why were you talking about Miss Suzuto's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Yeah, how about that? Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear.
No more ellipses.
Miss Suzuto, what's this all about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as...
That's not what I was asking.
What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no!
Professor Mikitoba. We're literally going to flashback and remember what he looked like? Yeah, we know. Yes, sorry, we know who you are. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. That's right. My name is Yujin Mikitoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yumi University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news.
10 days ago, father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker day by day.
I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Suzuto's departure as much as possible. Yeah, absolutely.
I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I don't need to talk about that Hound of the Baskervilles thing anymore.
I don't believe this is happening.
So Gina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court? Again?
Yeah, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the day of the trial has already been set for tomorrow.
No, not even 24 hours later.
Gina. Ah, the Lestrade girl in the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. An all too transpicious case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the art is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases.
It's not wasting time. Jenny would never do something like that.
Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart, kindly get your toilet flushing handle out of my face. In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's incidents, but I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave now.
Of course, Lord Strongheart.
Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend.
Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday.
It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that.
We love butting into other people's business, though. We were doing it at the pawn shop all day.
3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me.
There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart.
Which is?
It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her.
A timely suggestion.
Sorry?
The girl currently has no representation, like every single other person in this fraternity.
But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial.
Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to avoid representation with a public defender. The accused need only cite the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, The young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yeah, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. Gina charged with murder. Suzuto-san about to leave. You want to talk now? Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Iris, we must make haste. I'll take that as a no. But Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Miss Suzuto. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. Again. A second time first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Let's mosey. Back to prison. Let's just do what the game tells me for now until I get stuck. I haven't even invested the crime scene yet. It's just not happening. Cell 13. I don't remember what cell Saseki-san was in. Huh. Hello again, Gina. Ah! You know what this means. You know the drill. Bend over. What are you lot here for now? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition in that thing, don't I? Look. You can't come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. I bet you got dialogue options. Don't lie to me. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Eh? Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum party indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. Well, it's my fault. Yes. So I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Eh? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. Using that reverse psychology. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Jenny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth, now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial?
Oh, it could be. Oh, it could be. You never know. The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted. The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. I just love that she's just, oh yeah, bullshitting all the way home. Will you tell us about it now? Just admits it. Whoops. That's a misclick. Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The culprits got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of things did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't say a thing. And then, thud. I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilded discovered you? Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. Where's the knife in the dead man? It wasn't much light to see by, but when I looked at my hands, I had the cow's blood all over him. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. I thought we knew that. That case is still kind of murky, so it's tough to say. Then Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were, and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did, only that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I seen and what I heard, and about what he was going to do to me after the cove was found dead. He made me swear that I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarp it before the culprits showed out. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. I mean, he's dead now, so what the hell? Oh, yeah, wow. Okay, we got all the text options now. Jeez. You said Mr. McGilded made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor. I let out a little scream, say. Couldn't help it. McGilded heard that and cried me out by my arm, and that's when I saw it. He was on the floor next to the old geezer where I'd been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean? Yeah, that's it. The one what the deed took off me at Winterbanks. So the music box was there on the floor of the omnibus, and the music box disc was there. Not for long, Mr. Gilded spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it inside his pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bulk tried to tell me. I want to mutter a word of it to no one. Because it was so dark under the seat in the cab, I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was McGilded getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh, because I could definitely make out the footsteps of two people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilded and the victim, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilded claims he slept during the carriage ride.
He also claimed he was there first. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. In your own testimony, Gina supported his. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that weren't exactly the truth. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time, in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGilden and the victim knew each other. So McGilden was lying, as we suspected, as anybody with brains suspected. I knew they weren't going to take long before someone raised the alarm and the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilden told me to dive back under the seat again, I climbed in and waited. Then the two coves from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yeah, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, after they'd gone, McGilden asked the driver to do him a favour. A favour? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. Well, there you go. Boy was complaining about money earlier. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windibanks. Of course, he snapped up the money and ran off to pop his coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. We get a lid open the box under the seat and let me get out of there, but not without the conditions. I see. So that's another yep, text box. What were McGilden's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling us so, not for anything, after what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. Oh, I thought she's not going to tell someone. Not telling a soul, not for anything. But what I said, what I heard, and there was something else as well. There's more? Yeah, this is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? You asked him to go pop your visa, alright? Aye. The fiend's taking me overcut to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. And I'll come fetch it from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it until then, is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Windibank so it is. You're to extend the loan after the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited and any old fiend can come along and buy it. But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now, if you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? Aye, they'll come asking you to take the stand in court, to testify as a witness. So just let's have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what is it that you won't? And so they chatted. After going over it all, I piked it, got as far away from there as I could. Hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGill had planned it.
and coerce Gina into giving false testimony. I bet you're ready to string me up now, eh? I lied. In that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with.
What a wicked man.
You know everything what went on in the back slums. You know we had no one to look after us. We were all just looking out for each other, getting by together.
So you mean Mr. McGillicuddy would have...
In a heartbeat. He could have had the lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then where were we going on, eh? Nowhere. That's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor.
A favor? What?
Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us.
Investigate what?
The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Holmes was shot, you see.
You what? Holmes is having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he going to be alright? Holmes is going to be alright, right?
That's what I want to investigate, for Mr. Holmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy. Is that it? Something like that. Miss Susanoo?
Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here.
I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer or nothing.
Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely.
Yay! She seems no lonely. Ba-ding! In your court record. Well, at least this should mean that we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now.
Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there.
Do we get a to be continued? Is that number 3? Is that 3 of 4? I feel like we finally cracked Gina. Not yet, you ain't. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating Windibanks. To be continued? Nope, not yet. Although something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Just give him some more tea, shut him up. To be continued. All right. Maybe we can get this done in 4 hours. That'd be kind of nice. I mean, if that's the case, we can easily do the trial next time. Even though I'm sure it's a little longer, probably, maybe, I suspect. I don't know. If it is, it's not going to be much longer, I don't think. But yeah, that's how we'll roll this. I think I've done all the things that are necessary for achievements here, so that's good. Here we are again at the scene of the crime, getting sick of this place. How's it going, simp? Now to thrust these representation papers in Grace's face and see what he makes them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers.
Seriously?
Your ladyship.
How? I don't believe it. How did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? Oh, I salute you. That is good work, that is.
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue in simps.
Glug, 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 glug. You can really taste the simp. Lovely. Now, let's see now. Yes, hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship.
Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then, while you're simping? Do as you please.
You know what happened? Through that door behind the counter.
Yeah, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windbag. And Gina.
Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then.
Will you be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector?
If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it.
But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lawrence Strongheart meant by far more serious matters.
So what I'm saying is, don't get out of my face, sunshine.
Come then. Let us not waste any time.
Alright, do I get to move back there? Is that a place? That is not a place. Alright, fair enough. Examine all the things. I misclicked. Alright, let's go over here. My mouse seems awfully jumpy, but the speed hasn't been turned up, so that's weird. Let's start right to left. That looks darn suspicious. Ah, look here. Still April 16th. Oh my god, it's Groundhog Day. Oh yes, a bullet hole. Oh yeah, Susanna was with us too. She didn't talk at all while Iris was doing her thing. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably, Mr. Windbag wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time.
Ah, well then. Mr. Holmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that.
Sorry?
It's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris? Oh, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime.
He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't be doing it once.
Forget that for now, Ryu. Let's examine the bullet.
Do I get to do forensics on it with the steampunkishness and the stuff? What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A dubious red stain on the calendar.
Ah, I may well be able to help with that.
What?
There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Ryu?
I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris.
I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it. You see, when it comes to blood, we're all different types.
Yeah, what a scientific observation.
So you need this.
Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? Why does everything you invent look like a gun?
Holmesy and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet, but as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch.
Impressive. Do you have something that turns it bright pink so we can pretend like we're playing Danganronpa? Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed.
There, does it make sense now?
Anytime I see Danganronpa now, I'm going to pretend, oh, it's a crime scene, someone's dead, and Iris has been here investigating. Yeah, I think I'm starting to understand.
Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color, so you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris.
This is actually a useful thing.
Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great.
So, whose blood are we looking at then? I don't know, some green person.
Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so just find someone whose blood turns the same color, and you'll know who it belongs to. In a flash.
It's more like two flashes then, isn't it?
One flash or two, this could very well turn out to be a valuable clue. So we must make a note of it in the court record.
Green blood. Noted.
Let's keep testing the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio.
That looked like a new animation, too. The characters in this game are so wildly animated compared to other games, and I love it.
As long as I have reagent left, sure.
So did they just say find more blood? Because we could... Well, I better inspect everything anyway. What else we got here? We got the shelf. It's actually not that much in this room.
These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy.
Yeah, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example?
Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures along all the junk, you know. You're right, Ryu.
Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue.
That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever.
Okay, super useful. Oh, I didn't mean to click on that, but let's do it. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again.
Oh, yes, that's a folding stereoscope.
Really? This is a stereoscope. Mr. Sholm showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used the great big contraption over there.
Oh, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself.
I wonder if I can make money out of these in Japan. It would be keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. What the hell kind of sentence is that? You get paid for keeping your toilet sparkling clean, or you work as a janitor in your spare time there, Ryunosuke? This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. Mr. Holmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday. We were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. We got anything else here? We can inspect Mr. Bobby. I'm just going to assume all your names are Bobby. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in. Oi! Keep it down! Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here.
Really? Then we must tell Gracie at once.
But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. They really have a tough time, the British police.
That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it?
No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Well, we already investigated that. I don't see the camera, which is weird. You'd think we'd be able to take a look at that and see if it took pictures of anything interesting. Man, I just got nothing. And here's the other Bobby. Okay. It's the Bobby in the music box, and that's it? Damn. The police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instructions from the order to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been all at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all, in shifts at least, but still, we'll be walking through the night, that's for sure. And even then, we'll barely scratch the surface. Crime and the pawnbrokers. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every cop's worst nightmare, you know? A crime and the pawnbrokers. I just thought that. How did he know?
That's a music box. The other where you come from, Ryu.
Yeah, but I've never seen one as big as this in Japan.
Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? Have you ever heard Toxic by Britney Spears? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound?
It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks.
Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word with him.
Yeah, Iris is basically in charge here.
I know your boss. I'm basically Mini Karen. Iris
Watson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Basically. Alright, I think we're done on this side of the room. We just got a nothing. Let's no, I already inspected you. I already inspected your butt. This looks telling. Can't look at it. This doesn't look telling. Can look at it. Oh yeah, because it's the whole counter. There's the article ledger here, Mr. Windibank's notes, and, huh? Look, I was just about to say, wait a minute, we have this picture. What's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind.
Oh, look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie. Show us.
Ah, okay. I wonder what's on the back of our picture. Do I still have that in, I don't have that, do I? Oh, I do have that. Ah, whoops. No. Get out of here. Look at the one I have. What do we got? What do we got? Ooh. Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. This better be different than what I was just looking at, because this isn't the same picture. I'm just noting. Hopefully it does look different. 13th February, 9 p.m. Article deposited, 1 small box. Okay. Loan amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13th April, 9 p.m. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket? For an article that was deposited 2 days prior to the incident on the omnibus, it would seem. 2 days prior to the incident on the omnibus. Interesting. Yeah, small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Perhaps it contains some valuable mementos. I can't help wondering. Perhaps Mr. McGill had never redeemed the article in question, since he still had the ticket. So isn't it possible that the box is still present somewhere in the shop? Oh, yeah! If it's somewhere McGill deposited, we need to investigate. Oh, it did change. Yay! The White Cat's photograph information has been updated in the court record. That's what I was looking for. But let's look at this other... Aha! It is different. It is not the same. Good. Article deposited, 1 gentleman's overcoat. Not a small box. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th April. Blah, blah, blah. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belongs to McGilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. Even though I've been carrying around one just like it for like a day now or something. No, wait, she just gave it to me, didn't she? Yeah, that's true. She just gave it to me last, when she was still in prison.
It seems Mr. Windibank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have at hand. But this photograph of a cat, it looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Yeah, 2 seconds ago when I was in my record. Oh, that was the wrong voice. Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Jenny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print.
I didn't forget.
Well, what are you waiting then for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out.
Here? All right. Let the cogs turn. They look ever so... No, they're not quite the same. The eyes are a little bit offset. For starters. And the ear doesn't match up in the wall either. Oh, it's a stereoscopic print. Holy crap, it's another one for Iris's collection.
I've got it. These 2 photographs hide an amazing secret.
A secret? What does she mean? This game was originally on the 3DS, wasn't it? I can't remember, but I bet you could actually use the screen of the 3DS because it's designed to let you see in 3D because of the funny way the screen is set up. I'm guessing that was utilized in some way for this. I'm pretty sure.
You must tell us, Iris, at once. Tell me all about the cute things, even though we're in a murder investigation. You really, really want to know?
Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. This picture of cats is vitally important to this murder scene. So, Iris, about these 2 photographic prints, the one we found here on Mr. Windibank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. What is it, the amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these 2 identical prints?
Actually, that's not quite right.
Sorry?
If you look carefully, the 2 prints aren't the same. Not exactly.
They're not.
Have another look at them now.
Yeah, you can tell. There's a couple of little discrepancies, but you can tell. The tip of the ear, for example, the tip of the cat's right ear doesn't sit on the wall in the same place it does on both photos. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle, though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see? No, I don't. Why are they a set? This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? This is like 1900s, whatchamacallit, Beanie Babies. Everyone collects them and they're so cute. Oh, yes, that's what Mr. Holmes showed us yesterday. You see, there it is, just over there. We might have to use the portable one for this, though. Oh, yeah, of course, that magical machine that makes pictures looks almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. Just cross your eyes. Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints could appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Seems meaningless, but it's going to be important later, or else we wouldn't be talking about it. Have you ever considered, Ryu, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just open them, and they work. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes. Shocking! If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away what you see with your left eye and what you see with your right eye. Again, I imagine this effect would be greater on the 3DS. Ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can see depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? Apparently not, because I say some pretty stupid things. Everyone else's brain is amazing. Mine is full of dead insects, but whatever. It does so much without telling me. Yeah, your subconscious does that. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Oh, did you see it shift? That was so cool. Isn't that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're ever so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints. Yes, Ryu, you're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Well, it helps. You can just cross your eyes. As long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can, really. Just cross your eyes. Just do it. Just look stupid. If you cross your eyes like this, you get double vision. Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. I'm dying to have a go. First we learned how to pickpocket, and now we learned how to see stereoscope. What was that? You learned what? Susan really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes. I think I can. Watch me and see if you can copy. Oh, she looks absurd. Now she's going to look more absurd. Okay, there's a screenshot. Make your eyes do this. Okay, that is just adorable. Creepily adorable. Okay, you do it. Yeah, okay, this should be a thing. Are you ready, mister? I'm not sure I'm ready, no, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, that's not a screenshot. That's a wallpaper. That's what that is. Look at this nonsense. Before the dialogue box comes up, screenshot that. There you go. I'm in the way, so you can't see it, but I'm going to screenshot it. There.
Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Ryu. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time.
Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Oh, I missed it. I'll get it later.
All right, that's enough practice. That's enough looking stupid. Now let's try looking at the prince.
Good lord.
Start by staring at one print, slowly cross your eyes.
You can actually, I know they're talking about all this nonsense here and tying into the 3DS technology and all that stuff, but this is actually how those magic image things work, if you ever seen those. That's something that was all the rage, like what, 10 years ago, 15 years ago? Try looking up some of those, and yeah, you start them cross-eyed, it's like, whoa, 3D image. See, now if this was on a 3DS, it would probably look like a 3D image.
You should see two overlapping images like this.
Maybe if I was playing this on a Vive or something.
You try it now, Ryu.
I'm just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. Go back to looking cross-eyed. That was adorable.
Did the print split into two images for you? Now, the next step.
Like I was teaching me how to do this when I can't do it because I'm not on a 3DS.
Is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try crossing your eyes again.
I mean, technically this should be doable, but I'm not going to be able to do it.
The prints should slowly merge together. They form a new single image in the center.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Suzuto is super into this. Yeah! This is awesome!
Mr. Naruto, it works! I can see it in the middle now. I could look at it all day.
You still look absurd. Got that one. Ah, new phone wallpaper required. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt.
Your turn, Ryu. Time for you to look stupid. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes.
The cops must think we're out of our bloody minds right now. Why did we allow them to investigate? What the hell's going on? I don't know. They're looking cross-eyed at pictures of cats. Think they're dim, I tell you.
Keep adjusting the picture of your eyes till the two images overlap exactly in the middle.
Because if you kind of do it like right now, like if I cross my eyes right now so that I see three images, there is a 3D image. Like I'm just going to leave this on the screen right now. Like I'm literally crossing my eyes and looking at three images where there's a composite in the middle and the two on the outside, and it literally does look like a 3D image. And I'm going to stop now because it hurts. But if you want to pause and try it, hey, you can look stupid too. Iris is going to be real proud of you. Like, this is it. I did it. I already did it, Ryunosuke. You can skip ahead. It's fine.
There, you managed it. So now you know how stereoscopic images work. Now you know how eyes work. Isn't that awesome? Well, I don't know who discovered it. Probably somebody with eyes. But it really is quite extraordinary.
What an interlude.
So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Ryu?
Certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. Especially when we're surrounded by a murder scene. This would be a little more fun some other time, maybe.
Now, some people find it easier than others. That's why contraptions like this exist. For people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. Why does this say Virtual Boy on it? Then set the pair of photographs in this stand at the back, and it works like this too. It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently.
But these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them.
But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case.
Stereoscopic prints. I never even heard of them until yesterday. You certainly learned a lot about him, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. But there it goes to my court record, because I'm going to need it. I'm not sure if I'll need it. Oh, it's in my court record. It's essential. Back to the actual game. Alright, I can inspect this again without the cat. It looks like the last thing. What else you got, Mr. Desk? That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? Sure as hell is. Must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn.
It's too much to think about. Better to settle it all and have a clear head, if you ask me.
Clearly, Mr. Winterbank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. I just noticed that lamp is shattered. I wonder if that means anything. Apparently not. So, can I boogie back to the door?
Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said.
Well, that's where it would be. Hey, Suzuto, you want to just stare at pictures of cats while we do our thing?
And that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Oh, this one's a dolphin.
Iris needs to come with us so we can blast things with more smoke, because that's fun. Mr. Winterbank, face down on the floor with Gina beside him. Again, this is a semi-blind. I am familiar with the story in this game. I am not familiar with the story in the next game, but it is interesting to me because there are things I already know. Shenanigans have already taken place, as is typically the case with these games. And me knowing what some of the shenanigans are, it's interesting seeing some of the things that are happening as far as what some people have been saying or certain people's reactions. And it's like, oh. So, yeah, kind of curious. If you are watching this blind, feel free to remember that I said this and come back later and realize, oh, that's where this happened. Oh, that's where that happened. But that, of course, will all become clear in the trial itself. But, yeah. Things are afoot, as Holmes would say, if he was not busy being shot and operated on. Mr. Winterbank, face down on the floor with Gina beside him.
As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation.
Yeah, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Because we're done out here.
Don't worry. If there are clues in there, I'll find them.
I like how the one cop... What? Why give me a... Can I move now? Is there anything new? No. I like how that one cop is saying, oh, just scratch the surface. We're going to be here all night and never get anything done. And meanwhile, we're standing around. We're investigating while we look at pictures of cats. Those Nipponese ain't right, I tell you. Soft and Ed. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely.
Iris, it's blood, your favorite thing. Iris is bound to find this difficult.
After all, Mr. Windbag's life was taken in this very room only last night. Oi there! Ah! Whoops! See ya! What? What was that about? Wait, Inspector, get your ass back here. What was it now, sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do you? I've never seen a ladyship look like this before. That's the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. Good job.
I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector.
Eh? Me? You want some chips?
Shut up. Not that I have one. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you?
Tell me you haven't procreated.
I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. I'm pissing off.
We have investigating to do ourselves.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say.
Oh, Holmesy.
And inquire into how Mr. Holmes's operation is going. Is he still here? Oh, he is still here. All right, jerk. Tell us something useful.
So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Pshaw. You got eyes, haven't you?
Use them. It is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand here?
So, Craigsy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Here we go. Here comes the real answer.
Oh, yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after the hour 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside.
So it was locked from the inside.
The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing?
Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible.
Oh.
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world.
She's still alive, you know.
Yeah, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. And I'm afraid to say, she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No.
Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In a pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct. All of which leads her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding.
Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is.
Craigsy, do you know anything about Holmesy? Is the operation finished? Is Holmesy all right? Is he?
Oh, well, the thing is,
Don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Holmes is...
No. The operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well...
Oh, that...
Throw him, Susanoo. I want to see that. Yes, ma'am. My God, I'm a simp. I am also a bottom, and probably some other things. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive.
The whole body is anesthetized? Is that even possible?
It means the operation can be completed while the patient's fast asleep.
Goodness. In the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction.
Trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for them to nod off, or so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
Oh my.
No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in the system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and wait until he comes around again.
Holmesy.
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you.
What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Holmes has to do things his way. Are we done with you? Okay, I know you're busy. You can just stand there while we look at things. First things first. This is a revolver, a real one. You saw two yesterday. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Winterbank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Ryu look like you're about to fight. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh, or the metal, as it were. And I've had issues with guns in the past. Just the one time. You know, the one that shot your dad. Did I mention it shot your dad? Because it shot your dad. But anyway, we saw Mr. Winterbank. Oh, no, wait. I had the one that didn't shoot your dad. A different one shot your dad, so it's okay. But anyway, we saw Mr. Winterbank with us yesterday, didn't we? Oh, it's his gun.
I should have to take my own life.
Almost forgot about this guy's voice. It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Winterbank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? That's also true. I forgot about that. Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Even though clearly 2 shots have been fired. Hey, let's gas this and see what color it changes. Want to take bets? Want to take bets? The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Winterbank. He was a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. Small consolation. This must be his blood, then. I'm a detective too now. I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. Blue. I'm calling blue. Is it blue? That was a guess. I have no idea. So now we know the color. The chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Winterbank's blood. Oh, that's Sato. Wrong voice. So now we know the color the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Winterbank's blood. He's blue, abba dee abba die. And it doesn't matter. And it doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add this sample to the ones we already collected anyway. So at least 2 people were shot. At least 2 shots were fired. What am I doing? Okay. Done. Wait. Oh, I have more. All right. Want to look at the blood some more, Iris? Iris? Look at the blood, Iris. It's blue now. It's okay. It's censored. Like Danganronpa. Don't worry. I'm all right. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. That's it? That's what gets me the check mark? Out of all the articles in this storeroom, this is the one thing that shows any signs of being ransacked. Ah, is that your chest? What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh. Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this fuss was about. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box at once. Yes. I was about to say, well then do it. I like how characters in this game interact with stuff in the background more than other games. It was there. Iris' story was there. Really, it was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Holmesy when he said he deposited it here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well-hidden frown.
Still want to know how you knew about it. It's in my court record now. We can read it whenever we want. That's it? No further comment? Alright, stuff's over here. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. A bunch of paintings, too. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look. Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling around.
This is my meditation room.
Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Thanks for your contribution to the conversation there, Gregson. What about nothing? Alright, nothing. Bicycle, gun. Oh, that covered most of the... Oh, well, what the hell? Alright, so we're done here. Can I present things? What can I shove in your face? Oh, let's shove this in your face, just for lulz and giggles. Inspector Gregson, can you give me your opinion about this, do you think? I don't tend to share, sunshine. Not with the general public.
In that case, Gregsy, how about some herbal tea?
This is the I have nothing to say sequence, I'm pretty sure. Lovely. Very much. That's really hit the spot, your ladyship. You don't mind sharing that, then? What do we got? That doesn't need to be shown anymore. Do I care about this? Interesting. Okay. Unknown indeed. He's not going to care about that. He's not going to care about that. He might care about that, depending on how he's depicted in it. Did I not have an autopsy report? I can't think of anything specific to show him, so we'll leave it for now. If I get stuck, I'll come back. Oh. Nope, no help. Where do we want to go now? Hey, that's new. Got a dude there. I don't think that would matter. Yeah. Nothing to it here. Nothing to do here. What if we go looking for... I don't think we can talk to Holmes at the hospital. I don't think anything happens when we go here. Oh, no. All right. What about the prison? Maybe there is something I need to do at the... Nope, never mind. We found the lead. Maybe. Let's see if she's in questioning. Oh, no, she's not. Okay, so we are wrong. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Janie could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh, my. Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Ryu. I was only joking, of course. Oh. You had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. No, just a crappy deduction. Yes, it must be Roy with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh, dear. I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Holmes would just have thrown his head back and guffawed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Maybe not, but it's accurate. We can't talk to Gina for a while. Let's try to progress somewhere else. Come along then, Ryu. Come on, sissy. Alright, so there must be things I need to do. Probably still here. Maybe I do have to present things. Alright, I'm shoving stuff in your face, whether you like it or not. I don't think this is gonna matter. Maybe? Nah.
Maybe. Let's try this. Let's see if he cares about this. Nope. There we are. Back to the default. This is my punishment for picking things I shouldn't be picking. This is the first time we've had to resort to this, though. I don't think I've ever had to go into presentation spam to try to advance the plot before. What about this? I don't think you're going to care about this, but I'll give it a try. Oh! Oh! We got dialogue. All right. Let's do this. So this was the one for the music box, not for the coat. The coat was the one with blood on it. Oh, I wonder if we can smoke that. Inspector, what do you make of this? Oh, what do we have here then? Redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yep, this is the ticket for McGilded's overcoat, the one the little diver turned up yesterday. Actually, no, it's not. It's the music box. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to say it like that. Ryu's right, Gregski. It isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's this all about then? If I may be so bold as to ask. This is a second ticket. The second one? It seems that Mr. McGilded in fact had another article in storage here at Windibanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. Well, he is when Iris is here. Hey, I found the way forward. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat. You mean to tell me? Yeah, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank. I guess not only did I have to present this, I think I had to examine it in the first place. Okay, that wasn't a lucky thing. I technically did it in response to the other picture, but still, that's a pretty easy way to get stuck, I think. You gotta inspect something and change it in your inventory and then present it? Damn. Yeah, I can see it written here. Small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Craigsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGee. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, sir, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. Just wait until she crosses him. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles and will. I'll go barking. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh, yes, of course. Articles will only have for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then? That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on one of the shelves at the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yeah, the shelves at the front. We gotta search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh? There are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds even. You can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information's not written in the ledger. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Alright. What if we presented some other things? Got that, did that. He's not going to care about that. What if I examine... Yeah. I'm not sure this has been registered yet, since I still see the cat in the court record and not the back. Also, we gotta smoke that. This is the ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. Yes, having been entrusted to her by Mr. McGilded 2 months earlier. Article deposited, one gentleman's overcoat. Let's call this one and say it's gonna be yellow. Let's smoke it and say it's yellow. And the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat.
Yes, for a small box deposited 2 days before the omnibus incident. Does that have anything to do with all this? Well, that doesn't get updated. All right. Can we present it, though? Could you give me your opinion about this, do you think? No, we're just doing the standard routine. Alright, I wonder, because we've inspected everything here, and I'm not sure anything in our inventory is going to trigger anything else. What if I back out to the other room where Iris is in the foreground? And present to her. Nothing new here, right? Got it all? Yep, okay. Hang on a second. I was curious about something. Oh. I was going to say, I thought the image changed to Iris, and I thought maybe it showed the picture of the face of the person who's in the foreground over on the side there, but I guess that's not the case. Alright, Iris. I kind of wouldn't mind you to throw a smoke bomb at this. What? Wrong button. Would you mind if I showed you this, Iris? It's just a... Oh, is this the standard? Really? Really? Oh, I don't really like boring things. It's got blood on it. Come on. Do the smoke thing. It looks like Japanese modesty is easily misinterpreted by young Western children. I mean, who does like boring things? No one wants to be shown something boring. Come to think of it, you're always introducing things with, this is boring, but it's a bad habit. You should stop it. I'll be sure to let the entire population of the Empire of Japan know on my return. Your culture sucks, Ryunosuke. This is the one... I'm not sure that matters. I'm not sure that matters. What if we presented this? The way you can identify differences in people's blood like this is amazing. You really are a genius, Iris. I really want to be able to trigger firing it at the photograph. I know. I am. If Holmesy and I put our minds to it, we could really shake up Britain's chemists and alchemists. And you could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, for sure, even if I didn't intend to. That's all I got? That's it? What if we showed you this? You gotta have some comment on that, even if you're getting solemn. Oh, my manuscript. Mr. Holmes said he deposited at Windibanks, and he had. But it's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Holmesy say I can't publish it? I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose. Oh, maybe it's because Holmesy isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines. Yeah, maybe. I wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. Did nothing. Did it already. Who cares? Maybe? It's just a boring old thing. Never mind. I'm guessing she doesn't have any new dialogue after the things that we've done here. Nope. What else have I got? I'm a little stumpers now. What about the security cameras? We talked about those quite a bit. Made them out to be some important thing, and now it's like, whatever. History, options, blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait. Oh, we're going to look at this anyway after Gregson. Like, F you, Gregson. We'll look all we want at your stupid boxes. Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by their original owners are offered for sale. That's right. They all got little price labels on them. But there's so many. I wonder if the small box this ticket was for is still on the shelf somewhere. The box that McGilda deposited here just over 2 months ago. Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There's so many boxes, it could be any one of them. Mr. Holmes said that a pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank vault. So perhaps the small box of Mr. McGilda contains something of very great value. Well, if that's the case, he probably have kept it locked. So then we need to find every box with a lock and break them all open. Susanoo, you don't throw people in the middle of a pawn shop. I know one side of this room is bare wall, but still. That sort of misconduct would get you arrested. I won't let that happen. This takes me back. It's been a while since Susanoo last threw me. I still haven't Shoryuken you yet. Wait for it, it's coming. So that didn't trigger nothing. Nothing. I'm schmitely... Wait. Oh, this is a new... So we got an option to, look at this again. Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. That's it? You make me examine it again and just do that? Do I get new options? I really feel like there's got to be some way to get you to fire smoke at my little thing here. It's kind of got blood on it. I kind of want to spray that. See this right here? I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. Oh, maybe I had to inspect it and that'll trigger it. Let's see. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yeah, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susato-san has picked up on that. Well, God, I hope so. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. There we go. We should show this to her before we forget. All right. Picky frickin' game. Now we got it. Hey, Iris. Look at this photograph. Whoops. Every time I do, I present it wrong. Oh, that looks like blood. See, I told you you'd love it. I would say it's from a glove fingerprint. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry. You can leave the rest to me. Yellow. Yellow. We bet on yellow, right? Nope. Purple. Purple, blue, and green. So, lots of people getting killed. Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular state of blood... Oh, you had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? See, I think I might, because this is the one for the overcoat, and if it's a leather glove, and it's from McGilded, I mean, McGilded had leather gloves that were entered into evidence in the third court case that had blood on them, which means I feel like this is the Masons. I think. I don't think this blood has anything to do with the current incident. This blood seems old. Yeah, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. Probably what Psy'Min was just talking about. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well. You first, will you? Who do you think it belongs to? Alright, I believe that this is the blood of... Yeah, there's really only one option here, I think. Thrice-fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course, I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yep, that's what we're saying. I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. Yep, like I was talking about. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather-gloved thumbprint, this mark. We know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound like just like Mr. Holmes, except more sensible. Yeah, minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Minus the getting corrected by a 10-year-old girl. Yes, I think you're right, Ryu. Very well. Let's make a note of this. The details have been updated, yada, yada, yada. Ah, there we go. That's what I was hoping for. Now we got 3 samples. Oh, there we go. That's what we were missing. Ding-a-dong. Every clock in the place goes off at the same time. Ah! I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windibanks set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set it out to scare anybody. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Ah, yeah, that's what we were missing. Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Ryu? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. What? Did I say that? Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we'd better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. All right. Now we can start to wrap up. We're version closer to 5 hours than I thought. This last bit was definitely longer, but we got this. Hey, Gina. Visiting hours over. Questioning done. You back in your cell? Ah, Gina, good. You're back. Huh? You Lord again? The policeman must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Eh? Oh, didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. I mean, it meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Wouldn't change what everyone's saying, that I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right. I'll say. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden, but I know what that feeling's like. The worry's just so hard to bear. More talky talk? We're going to tell you what we uncovered, whether you like it or not. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it a rest for the Moy's Iris. So come on then, fill us in. We've done it. Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah, like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windibanks that night. It looks like I'm going to have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason.
and thrust at Gita's face. Or I could present it to her calmly. No. We're going to thrust it in her face. She's being difficult. Well, let's do this first and then go with the other option. We already have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have to do is hand them in to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Jenny, wrap them up and chuck them, would you? Then representation papers or whatever they're called. This cell ain't fancy enough to have a bin. So what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. This is one stubborn pickpocket. Alright. Let's do... Oh, no, wait. I forgot. I can't present from this screen. I have to go to present to present. Manuscript. There we go. We found this in Mr. Winterbag's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story. Huh? Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Winterbanks showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception. The box file that housed the manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? Eh? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Alright, yeah, this Baskerville story is the latest Holmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured, it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh, yes, at least £5,000. What? So, you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Jenny, how could you? Oh, wait, now, hang on. Of course I wasn't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript or whatever you call it really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris's sake, isn't that right? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realised it yet. Breaking poor Iris's heart, you suck. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Winterbanks. You'll soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I've wondered if Holmes is telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. All right. I'll tell you what I did. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. Just pick my other text option for crying out loud. It wasn't because of Iris. It's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Holmes was being honest, if he'd really deposited the manuscript at Winterbanks. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris is loyal like mine. She got a dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's got to be harder. That's why she writes the stories. How about her dad, really? That's what it sounds like to me, anyway. Last night, when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories? About Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it, yeah.
You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will you? I ain't all this chummy nonsense, do you hear me? I ain't it. I didn't trust no one, right? That's how it work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarper.
I wonder if Scarper is actually a word. I've seen it 3 times now.
I hadn't noticed it until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat are some very dubious red stains. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now.
Oh, did we hit you with the smoke?
Now it is you who shall be hit by the smoke grenade.
Like this? How am I meant to do this? What if I present this? What happens? There we go. Okay, that triggered it. That was a reach, but I didn't really see what else I was supposed to do.
Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina.
The one you just got, because it's not yours.
They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet.
What?
Blood, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, it's not even there right now. The texture only gets added during that bit there, just so you can't see them.
You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be blood that splattered from Mr. Winterbank when he was shot that night? Let's not beat around the bush, yeah? This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. You can't run, Gina. You're in a cage. Say cheese. Oi, oh, take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot.
Now, if that's Mason's coat, it should turn purple. Yep, that's Mason's coat. It's got to be the coat he was killed in.
Oh. Oh, my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat's covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. Now you're all dang and ropey. And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes. Now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha! Yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What? What are you all about? The victim? What do you all mean?
That's the jacket he was killed in there, Gina. Sorry. It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo. But I think that makes things quite clear. She's the one in an uncomfortable situation. She's the one who's wearing clothes someone died in. Not just died in, but gorily, bloodily died in. We're not talking about a heart attack here.
It means the omnibus case is finally solved.
The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed.
Oi, will someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story.
It's always interesting when the person that you're defending is the guilty party. That doesn't happen much in these games.
You can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilden's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Because I write down everything. I got it from the lady with the typewriter. She was transcribing. Now, so I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from Mr. McGilden trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what really had happened, the blood wouldn't have been splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood, oh, we're all Dexter now, are we? Is that it splattered over McGilden's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach.
Bit reaching, but probably right.
I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer,
was Magnus McGilded. Cogsney McGundle.
Mr. Naruhodo,
That horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen?
see, I told you, unforgivable. Ryu, do you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent?
I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to, because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon.
A weapon? Does it look like a gun? Does it shoot smoke? If not, you take that back.
Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson.
You mean Kazuma-san? No, I mean beef stroganoff.
Taught me the importance of having a solid lunch. Listen, Ryunosuke, we lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief. Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina?
Cool. Sounds like in this Empire Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on. Look at the mess it's gotten you into, believing in that bog trotter.
Yeah, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free.
Well, at least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let your guard down, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something?
What?
I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial?
How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away.
Are you really sure that's what you want?
I bet that's what you wants it all now, Mr. I'm a Believer lawyer over there. Don't forget, it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I?
And you're telling me that you can believe in me after that?
Not likely.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo,
A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happening. I trust her. Gina's a good bean. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in court in tomorrow's trial. Prepare for the shocked animation we've seen 20 times. Yep, there we go.
yeah, are you half-baked?
Not at all. You once admitted to committing the crime. You've not once admitted to committed the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. This track sounds like something out of Chrono Trigger. That just kind of occurred to me.
Seriously, Mr. Narrow Otto. Didn't you hear all of what I just said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off my tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you in all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is nothing more to this life than there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh? It's true that I'm just a student of law and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience, but I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Aww. Such a sweetie. Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like, you Eastern Lord. I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Alright, I'm pretty sure we're about ready to wrap this up. Almost done, and then we can get ready for the trial next week, and then we're done the first game, and we get to move on to the second, and yay. Pretty much no viewership on the video today. Friday seems to be the popular day for this thing, but like I said before, Friday I gotta take off. I got other stuff, so... If you are watching this after the fact, I hope you're enjoying it. And if you got this far in, you are my favorite person today. She has taken herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out all right in the end. Think? Maybe? Hopefully. Whoever's... Uh-oh. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Is Gregson here? I don't think Holmes is out of the hospital yet. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Miss Susan, don't through me. Someone is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Someone who wasn't there before. What? Who is it? Blimey, you sharp, eh? Is it Gregson? It is Gregson. I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts. One of them jitsus I see in the animes. Like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. Them racial traits. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Gregson! Oh dear me. I almost terribly saw you, ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? God grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment sooner. That's all it is. Nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best. Bye, and bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I say. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing! Forget it's anything! Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Gracie, if you have to, but let's chat soon. Delighted. Charmed. Can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Get out of here, creepy old man. Gracie's so funny. He says such silly things. It's certainly entertaining to see the inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. You should become a VTuber. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend the court clerk's office now, before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Miss Suzuto. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. Not sure how I feel about you walking around town alone. Little petite 16-year-old Japanese girl. And so our investigation came to an end. Do you want to borrow one of the guns? No, I'll take the sword. Let me have that. Suzuto-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san will be leaving,
leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Wrapping up for the day, wrapping up for the stream, wrapping up for the week. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy, also known as Mr. Holmes' Attic. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Suzuto? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Holmes was shot before our eyes, and Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father had fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? The pretty music. It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Suzuto. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel like I've learned something. And what would that be? It sucks here. Seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. What was that about sucking? Facets? Like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, and yet we still just make up BS and roll with it. But I keep hoping that one day it'll all become clear. All the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san, I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Oh, you're my little PogChamp. Sorry, I've what? Nothing. Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Definitely didn't call you a PogChamp. Do you know what time you leave for London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. Damn. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yeah, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible, even though, like me, I'm sure you'll find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. One final task? You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What do you mean? Oh, my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. Oh, is this her book? Wait a minute, is that her book? It's the wrong color. Hers is blue. Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. Oh, okay. It's her file. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. Get in my court record. It seems to me that the case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Suzato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting.
It was my pleasure. I can only hope that this will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, yeah, that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I just called you a PogChamp. Nothing. I was just mumbling to myself. Is that the end? That's the end. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. Hi-ya! That's a heartbreaking turn animation there, by the way. That was sad. What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. It shuts down any conversation I don't want to have. I'm throwing Iris later the next time she asks me about that bloody manuscript. Shutdown? It seems very similar to the other techniques. Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. Shut down. That's a good technique. Susato-san. Aw, she's such a precious snowflake. It truly has been a trying day. So is Gina. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of the case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted. I mean, it's been a 5.5-hour stream, my God, and yet the idea of sleep seems impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes, and as a cacophony of scenes in our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. It's been a long couple of days. It's been a long-ass stream. To be mother effin' continued. Nope, wait, nope, oh, nope, we got things. Early on the 17th. The murder was on the 15th, so this is the same morning. Just, well, not quite the morning. A couple hours after what happened, just now. Wait, it said it was St. Sinners. It's probably Holmes. Getting stuff explained to him. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. There we go. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we've discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Holmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been all mine. I'll bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madame. Well, he's going to be okay. There's our to be continued. Oh, and there's our end of the stream. Hell yeah. Next week, we wrap this bastard up. We wrap it up. And then we start the next game, and that is going to be freaking awesome. I am only familiar vaguely with the first case of that game. It looks hilarious, but I won't say why. And then the second trial and on, I am completely blind, and I am so looking forward to it. Again, I am probably going to start having some sort of presence on Twitch. So if you're finding me here and usually hang out there, then, look forward to that.
I've got a few changes I'm going to make to assets and things so I can have a little bit better of a debut. I mean, the debut I had here was fine, other than the fact that it was barely attended, but mostly just the fact that at the time I was using a voice changer. That did not work out well, so I'm just going to keep using what is essentially my normal voice and altering it slightly. Not that it's strictly necessary, but whatever. But yeah, look forward to that. It'll be a few different games I'm playing that I'm thinking about going on there. Things will continue here, especially with the hypnosis recordings. But in the meantime, if you're watching this, then you're probably going to want to look forward to the next half of the trial here. I'm not sure if it'll be the Monday or the Tuesday yet. I've got some other stuff going on next week I need to juggle, but it will be earlier in the week, and hopefully we'll be starting trial 1 of the second game next week as well. We'll just see, but keep an eye on Twitter for where I post my schedule. I still haven't figured out how to actually post images and schedules here, which is dumb, but whatever. I must be dense. In the meantime, take care. Thank you for watching. Like, comment, subscribe. Follow me on Twitter. Watch for me on Twitch. All that good stuff. Because I am just going to keep streaming, and I will see you then.